esteemed and honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff, City Council, Elijah Simmons, and Deputy Chief of Staff Mergler, Nadia Kamotho, Council Financial Intern, and the Office of Management and Budget, Acting City Solicitor, Tasson, and members of the public. Today is Monday, April the 29th, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting for the Law Department budget hearing. I am Finance Committee Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing on today. There are 3 budget hearings scheduled for today: Law Department, Public Works Department, Water Sewer Fund, and presentation by Black and Veatch on Water Sewer Fund 6-year financial plan. I would first like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett,
Here.
Councilmember Oliver,
Present.
Vice Chair Bracy, Councilmember Spadola, and President Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council members present by doing a roll call. Councilmember Owens,
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera asked to be excused. Councilmember Willard, Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy also asked to be excused tonight. Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 19th. The budget as proposed includes the following: 0% property tax rate increase, a 9.95% water, sewer, and stormwater rates increase, which would be equivalent to a $7.95 increase to the monthly bill based on typical residential customers using about 4,000 gallons of water per month. We also have the 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only, and $25.7 million transfer from the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund for the following purposes: $1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures is far outpacing revenues. Then we have our $4 million transfer to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which $1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. We also have the $20 million transfer to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following: $200,000 for the Housing Expo, $500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, and then we have $500,000 for the Home Lottery Repair Program, $2 million for the Vacant Lots Program, and $16.8 million for Affordable Housing Subsidy. The proposed general fund budget totals $212 million, up $10.8 million, or 5.4%. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals $100 million, up $5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal year 2027 because it is only done in the even years. The proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. 1, expenditures are far outpacing revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget. Also, the fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget. Then we have the net change of 19 new positions added to this proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS and the ambulance service. Then we have the ARPA funding, which is required to be fully exhausted by December 31st, 2026. And then we have the CPSI, which was initiated by City Council in CY 2023, yet this current proposed budget lacks the necessary funding for the continuation of this program. The Office of Community Safety was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026 and was funded via a mid-year budget amendment. Then we have our property tax reassessment, which is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax reassessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. We also, we're also looking forward to working with the mayor and my colleagues to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle this as well as Newcastle County, while realizing that the bifurcated property tax rate relives some of the financial burden. It needs to be determined if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals and if any internal assessments that may be required. Also, we have the water sewer rates. While the FY27 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendation by the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs of gas, and so many other things. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. Now, it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of the council at least 30 days before the end of this fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following. 1, public safety. Under this area, we have funding for CPSI, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, expanding partners and care hours, also the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board. We have neighborhood stabilization, and under that area, we have the home lottery repair program, the Goodwill Litter program, the property rehabilitation program, affordable housing, community revitalization fund, housing trust, and the property tax reassessment inequities. Under community, we have the Juneteenth celebration, as well as vacant contract structure for rodents. Under education, we have safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th district. Also, HBCU funding specifically for the City of Wilmington residents only, as well as the Office of Educational Advocacy. Under economic development, we have small minority business program, small business expo, as well as the nonprofit summit. Under financial stability, we want to continue with the water assistance program, and we also will continue with the property tax abatement program. Under parks, Christina Park, Friendship House, and the Youth Master Plan. Also, ensuring that council legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as the traffic calming devices, historical markers, residency assistance fund, the escrow program, and the property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Mr. Hayford, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, for a financial overview of the law department, I think.
Yes, it is for the law department.
Law department?
There should be
Yes,
Mr. Jones, I'm sorry.
it has real estate and housing here. So I will continue. I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of these budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limitations due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, then other council members, followed by the public, and then at the end of the presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. Again, questions from Finance Committee members will be acknowledged first. I now turn it over to Mr. Jones, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by the City Acting Solicitor, Tayson, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Jones, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Council President, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I will present the Law Department's FY2027 proposed budget request on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. Next slide. Okay, so the Law Department is requesting a total budget of $3 million, an increase of $154,300, up 5.3% compared to FY2026. Next slide. Most of the Law Department budget increase can be seen in personal services, up 7.2% or $175,000. The salary and wages account group is up $75,000 compared to last fiscal year due to cost of living adjustments, anniversary steps, and annual reviews. Increased employee benefits costs contributed to a large portion of the personal service increase, which is up $102,000 compared to FY2026. Within employee benefits, hospitalization costs increased by $67,000 based on projections from USI, the city's healthcare insurance consultant. In addition, family healthcare coverage is budgeted for the current vacant city solicitor position compared to the prior incumbent who opted out of city healthcare coverage. Next slide. MS&E decreased by a net $22,000, driven by a $30,000 reduction in court costs and notary fees due to reduced litigation and notary activity. This decrease is partially offset by a modest increase of approximately $3,000 combined in the subscriptions and books account and the electronic legal research account.
I would like to, I'm sorry.
That concludes my presentation of the Law Department's FY2027 proposed budget. I return the floor back to the chair.
Thank you very much for that short overview. I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Owens and Councilmember James Bedola and Councilmember Willard. All right, I would like to turn it over to our acting city solicitor.
Good evening, Chairperson Harley and other members of City Council present this evening. My name is Rose Tassoni. I'm the acting city solicitor, and I'd like to take a moment to introduce several members of the Law Department that are in attendance this evening. We have Senior Assistant City Solicitor Laura Hay, Senior Assistant City Solicitor Tracy Burley, and our Real Estate Paralegal Brian Burke.
Thank you.
As you know, the Law Department is a charter-created department of the City of Wilmington. As required by the charter, the Law Department supervises, directs, and controls the city's legal work. We advise and represent City Council, the mayor, and all the city's officers, departments, boards, and commissions on all matters arising from the performance of their duties. The Law Department consists of a diverse, engaged, and cohesive group of attorneys and support staff. Our attorneys are all Delaware barred, and we engage in a variety of practice areas, including litigation, contracts, real estate, zoning and land use, employment and labor, legislation, FOIA, and code enforcement. We are a high-functioning department that continuously strives to effectively meet stakeholder needs. Just by way of example, since January of 2025, a little over a year, our attorneys have drafted or reviewed approximately 579 contracts, grants, and agreements, and 174 ordinances and resolutions. Approximately 84 lawsuits and charges of discrimination were filed in that same period. 52 cases, well over half, were handled in-house by our attorneys. 32 matters were handled by outside counsel, mostly personal injury. but in every case, the law department attorney supervised the matter. In response to those claims, approximately 16 motions were filed to dispose of the case, and a position statement was filed in response to almost every charge of discrimination. In addition to handling these discrete assignments, attorneys prosecuted monthly parking, red light, and housing court calendars. We regularly advised and participated on several boards and commissions, and we provided legal advice and fielded questions on a daily basis. When looking at these numbers, I think it's important to bear in mind that since last June, the department has been working with less than its full complement of attorneys. But regardless of whether we are at full strength, the law department has been and remains committed to providing effective and efficient legal advice to our clients, to aggressively defending and prosecuting claims, and to deliver the necessary and appropriate legal support to counsel. I thank you.
Okay. So would you like to go over your department vision?
Sure. So our departmental efficient is basically what I've said it, an effective, efficient, and committed group of legal professionals who have the passion, time, and experience to deal with the city's most important legal issues, while at the same time ensuring that the day-to-day legal needs of the city's government are addressed. The next slide. Our priorities for fiscal year 2027 is to continue to provide effective and efficient legal advice to the city, to aggressively defend and prosecute litigation, to provide actionable legal advice on various employment matters, to provide strategic and legal support in negotiation of collective bargaining agreements, to deliver necessary and appropriate legal support to City Council, and to meet budgetary targets. Our top 3 performance measures, to continue to meet or exceed stakeholder expectations for effectiveness of legal advice and the quality of outcomes, to continue to deliver strategic recommendations for comprehensive updates to the city code and charter, and of course to continue to control outside council expenditures.
Okay, thank you. So I will guide through the questions. All right, so can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding and dedicated resources for reviewing or defending any of the city's policies, laws to ensure they comply with any anticipated federal executive orders, especially as it relates to D&I, energy, and housing, and you can also answer letter A.
Yes, we believe that it does. And of course, the law department continues to monitor executive orders, information coming down from Washington. We continue to take a look at case law and to provide legal advice to city stakeholders based on the information and, of course, our guidance to you. In terms of question 1A, specify mechanisms or protocols in place for the city to protect personal data for constituents and employees, such as wage records, names, addresses, citizenship status, social security numbers regarding ICE requests. So the records that contain personally identifiable information are generally not considered to be public documents. And for those types of requests, the department always advises that the request should be accompanied by a subpoena.
Okay.
And the department then would review the request and the subpoena and determine whether compliance with the subpoena is legally required. If it is not, then the department will lodge its objections, and if necessary, we would seek judicial intervention. And I just note that in terms of public records under FOIA, your public sector employees name and salary information are considered public documents.
Okay. I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Darby. We're going to move on to question number 2. Now that the Delaware Law School is relocating to the city of Wilmington, can you please share any plans for possible collaboration, such as interns, fellows, and et cetera?
Yes, and we're very excited to have the Delaware Law School here in downtown Wilmington. We've actually posted 2 positions through the career development offices of both the Delaware Law School and the Wilmington University Law Schools. Both of them are local. We've posted positions for the assistant city solicitor and a summer law clerk position. We've also registered with the Delaware Law School for their spring on-campus interview and resume collection programs. And of course, we will continue to seek different ways to engage with the schools and their students.
Awesome. That's good news. Okay, we're going to move on to question number 3. While understanding the high demand for attorneys, can you please share if this budget addresses pay equality to ensure that salaries are comparable with other governmental industries?
We believe that the budget does address it. Regular annual pay increases always assist the department in maintaining the competitiveness of its salary. And this current budget proposes the following merit increases for E&M employees, which the attorneys are: 3.5% for meets expectations, up to a 5% for far above expectations.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you answer letters A through, it's quite a few, H.
Okay. 3A, share the number of attorneys in the law department. So when fully staffed, we are at 10 attorneys, including the city solicitor. Currently, the department has 7 attorneys, but we are extremely happy to announce that one of the vacancies will be filled on May 18th, at which time we would then have 8 attorneys.
Okay.
Question 3B, share the average turnover rate for attorneys in our office. So this slide provides the number of resignations since 2017 and the time that it's taken to fill the positions each year. I won't go through each one, but in 2023, that was our highest time where it took a long time to fill the position. We had 3 resignations that year, and it was an average of 8 months to fill the positions. 2 of the positions remained vacant for 9 to 10 months. In 2024, happily, we had no resignations. Last year, we had a retirement, a resignation, and when we had an internal promotion into the position where we had the resignation, we then had a vacancy. It took 3 months to fill the position that resulted from the registration, and 4 months to fill the vacancy resulting from the promotion. And we currently, in 2026, we had 1 resignation just recently, and that position, of course, is still vacant.
Okay.
3C, share the number of vacancies, specify the duration, and specify if the city residency requirement impacts the filling of vacant positions, and specify if any impact with legal fees for outside counsel. I think this slide and the next address this question. As I said, there are currently 3 vacancies in the department, 1 due to retirement, 1 due to an internal promotion, 1 due to resignation. We have historically maintained that residency has impacted on our ability to hire attorneys. We are the only government employer in Newcastle County that has a residency requirement. In the past, we've had applicants withdraw their application when we advised them that there is a residency requirement. Some attorneys had applied even though we're very clear on our postings that there is a residency requirement, some folks that applied whose addresses we saw were outside the city, we told them there is a residency, and they were like, well, no, I live in the city. And we had to explain that there is a difference between living within the city corporate limits and living in the greater. And some of those people actually withdrew their application. And then we've also, in speaking to other attorneys, encouraging them to apply for vacant positions, they have indicated that they do not apply because of the residency requirement. Probably the most significant factor that tells us, why we think residency impacts it is that in 2023, 2 of the 3 vacant positions that we were able to fill were filled during the time when we didn't have the residency requirement.
Okay,
So it is significant.
I see.
3C, share number of vacancies, specify duration, specify if the city, same question, sorry. So again, impact of vacancies on the department. Of course, there's an increase in attorney workload. Our attorneys continuously strive to address stakeholder needs, and we try and do it in a timely manner, but increases in attorney workload will necessarily result in some delays. Right.
Okay.
Of course, there's an increased use in outside counsel. So when you have a long-term vacancy, we do at times turn to outside counsel, especially if it's a matter that is time-sensitive, something that's complex. It's a way that we can try and manage our attorneys' workloads. But even though we do turn to outside counsel, we do so judiciously, and we do stay within our budget.
Okay.
3D, with the last compensation study done several years back, Sheriff, any further changes have been implemented in this budget to bring attorney salaries more within range of government industry standards. So again, continuous annual increases for E&M employees. The current budget E&M increases are helpful, but no additional changes have been proposed in this budget cycle. I will say that our salaries, when you look at the salary ranges compared with the county and the state, they're comparable. But they do have built-in step increases, which we do not have.
Okay.
Question E and F, share any plans to address diversity within the department while realizing the challenges with compensation, share plans for recruitment and retention strategies for attorneys. So the department has been and continues to be a diverse workforce. We are, however, limited to the applications that we receive. So there are efforts to reach a broad and diverse applicant pool, and I've outlined them in this slide. So for several years, the department participated in the annual Delaware Diversity Job Fair, Minority Job Fair, that was hosted by the Delaware Law School. Unfortunately, that event is no longer being held. But we are hiring a summer law clerk. We feel that this is an opportunity for a law school student to experience public sector legal practice and to perhaps return to the department after graduation. As I mentioned, we posted 2 positions with the Delaware Law School and the Wilmington University Law School. That's the assistant city solicitor and summer law clerk. The next slide, the department registered with, as I mentioned, both law schools for their on-campus interview and resume collection programs. We also posted our vacant assistant city solicitor position with Howard University School of Law and the David A. Clark School of Law at the University of District of Columbia. Both are HBCUs. We posted our vacant Assistant City Solicitor position with the National Public Employer Labor Relations Association. And we are also a qualified employer under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. This is a federal program, and it forgives the remaining federal loan balances after 10 years of full-time work for government or 501c3 nonprofit organizations.
Great.
3G, with pending SB number 237, please share impact for 3-year tenure for city attorneys. So, Senate Bill number 237 proposes an amendment to the Delaware Code to allow Newcastle County to provide tenure for their assistant county attorneys. As you may recall, the city actually last year recently amended the city charter to provide tenure to its attorneys who've completed 3 years of satisfactory service. And so it seems like Newcastle County is doing the same. I would anticipate that, of course, that would impact us because it increases the competition for the limited pool of public sector attorneys. 3H, share, if any, continued collaborations with WPD and AG's office regarding Operation Heat, formerly known as FedUp. So the U.S. Attorney's Office hires and manages a special assistant U.S. attorney as part of the FedUp program, and our department's role is really just limited to processing the payroll for the special assistant. The federal government then fully reimburses the city.
Okay, all right. So we're going to thank you for explaining all that thoroughly. So we're going to go on to question number 4, which we have a number of questions for you to specify as well. Can you please discuss the plan used for $270,000 that's budgeted for legal fees, and you can answer letters A through D. Thank you.
So our budget, the $270,000 is split among labor negotiations and associated litigation at $145,000. Real estate transactions, including matters related to economic development, $25,000, and complex transactions for $100,000. And the next slide. 4A, specify if the budget provides the adequate resources considering the number of vacancies and high turnover. Quite simply, yes, it does. Question 4B, specify funding set aside for Ethics Commission preparation. The department proposed a budget of $25,000 to support the Ethics Commission. We've done so for the past several budgets. The Ethics Commission retains outside legal counsel to staff the commission and to provide legal advice. So this allows the commission to obtain independent legal advice and to help avoid conflicts of interest. 4C, specify if any funding is set aside pertaining to potential conflicts that may arise pertaining to legal matters that are of a difference of legal opinion between the legislative and executive branches that will necessitate outside legal expertise, etc. So at council's request last year, the department included $30,000 in its outside counsel line to allow counsel to retain outside counsel should a conflict of interest arise, and the department proposed the same amount in this year's budget. Question 4D, specify law firms that the city has engaged within the last 2 fiscal years to date, list vendor name, amount, specify FDBE, and specify firms that are inclusive of minorities for diversity, number of years for engagement agreements. So FY 2025 outside counsel was Richards, Leighton and Finger, and Young Conaway. The amounts are there. FY 2026 outside counsel, Giordano and Gagny, Halloran Farkas and Kittela, Potter Anderson, Whiteford Taylor and Preston, and Young Conaway. So the department has engaged firms that have long-standing commitments to promoting diverse and inclusive work environments. The firms of Richards Layton, Young Conaway, Potter Anderson, Whiteford Taylor, and Halloran Farkas, they all predominantly explain their efforts and support and support of inclusivity on their respective websites. Next. The law department's vendors consist of law firms. And to the best of our knowledge, these law firms are not DBEs as defined by our code. The selection of firms is based on areas of expertise, the competitiveness of the rates. We interview firms, we look for the best fit, and we consider the lowest rates. And we also look to their capacity to litigate complex cases. Certainly, if a DBE meets the needs of a specific legal matter, we would engage their services.
Okay. All right, we're going to move right on to question number 5. Realizing there are a myriad of legal matters that impact the city, such as risk management, workers' compensation, legal collections, to name a few, which require legal engagement agreements. Can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources that best represent and protect the city from a litany of claims and lawsuits, etc., as it relates to the $1.1 million from the general fund, the $523,000 for the water sewer fund, $850,000 for the risk management fund, and $816,000 regarding the workers' compensation fund. And you can answer letter A.
Okay. Yes, we believe that the budget does provide the necessary funding and resources. So there are mitigating fiscal budgetary factors in place that protect the city from legal claims, such as hiring and retaining qualified and hardworking attorneys to do work, but also engaging outside counsel at discounted and competitive rates when a matter is more complex, or when they are able to handle it more efficiently and effectively. So we seek outside counsel assistance when there's an issue that requires a high level of expertise that we may not have in-house, something that's specialized like environmental or intellectual property, or when there's an actual or potential conflict of interest, and when we can achieve greater efficiency using a firm that specializes in a certain type of work, like personal injury and workers' compensation. We also budget funds for the professional development and training of our in-house attorneys, so that they can, adequately protect the city from legal claims. The next slide. With regard to risk management's insurance claims line, the law department provides recommendations to HR regarding outside counsel fees, and the proposed budget does include estimates for pending and anticipated litigation related to employment, constitutional claims, and personal injury claims. Other lines, historically, those lines have been delegated to in the individual departments, but it's under the law department's oversight. And the examples of oversight include selecting and approving outside counsel, receiving, reviewing, and approving invoices from the firms, engaging with departments to assess the effectiveness of the law firms, and drafting and reviewing contracts to retain the firms.
And 5A regarding the return of investment.
Share return on investment for using outside expertise as to the correlation, if any, with reducing the city's exposure, claims, etc. So the law department weighs the costs and benefits of using outside counsel with regard to any given matter. As I've mentioned, there are certain claims like workers' comp and personal injury that are just handled with a high level of efficiency and at lower cost by firms that actually specialize in those areas. And then the use of outside counsel for complex claims or in specialized legal areas reduces the city's exposure to adverse decisions, and when appropriate, it aids in the favorable resolution of those claims. It basically puts us in a stronger, more advantageous bargaining position to resolve cases that need to be resolved.
Okay, thank you. I would like to recognize President Trippy Congo. Okay. I'm going to choose this question versus this one. I have a difference of amounts, dollar amounts regarding budgeted between court costs and notary fees, two like drastic different ones. So I'm going to take a shot at the one here for the 91,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so let me just pose the question. Can you please discuss the planned use of 91,000 budgeted between court costs and notary fees and electronic legal research account lines?
Yes. So 50,000 is a conservative estimate of our costs for research, court filings, munitions, vendexes, et cetera, related to sheriff sales. And as was noted at the beginning, this is actually down $25,000 from last year. The cost of electronic research has increased, but this is the first increase since FY25, and it's just simply because of expanded staff access.
Okay, all right. Question number 7, can you please share if this budget provides the necessary funding for professional development and training for all the staff?
We believe it does.
Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, all right, we're going to move to our last question. For all the departments, can you provide your FY 2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees?
So we have 16 permanent employees, and then our organizational chart is attached.
Okay. So your picture is the only one on the chart?
Yes.
It's okay.
I think it's the department head and managers, so it would be the department head, which is the city solicitor, and the deputy, and in this case, on both, so there's one picture.
Okay. I was just pulling your chain a little bit. All right, well, thank you very much for the overview. City Solicitor, Acting City Solicitor, as well as Mr. Jones. And so, as it was stated earlier, we're going to go to the floor now for some questions from the council members and then to the public. Any questions from the council members? Okay. Councilmember Willard?
Yes, Acting Director Tassone, I just want to say thank you. I know you've been operating a little bit short-staffed, and I know you took over the role with the, but I really appreciate the support that the legal team has offered to me as a new council member in walking through the development of legislation and being very supportive and flexible in kind of the back and forth. So I appreciate all of your efforts, and you know, I know you've said anyway. Thank you very much for all you do.
No, thank you for your kind words.
Yes, yes. So, Acting Solicitor, on question 4, regarding specifying the law firms that the city has engaged with, and you had mentioned that the particular firms, they share information on their website, I think you said?
Yes.
Yes, so I was just curious to know, does the language, is it clear from your perspective?
Oh, very much, sir. In terms of the diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yes.
Yes, and I actually printed it out. I'm happy to provide it to you so that you can see, but it is very
Okay,
prominent, very clear. As I said, I have it here, and I'm happy to give it to you.
okay, we'll just put it to the side. If anybody wants it, they can just pick it up. That was my only question, because sometimes companies will tell you that, and it's not clear, like what they say, and when you read it, it's not always the same. So thanks for confirming that you read it and you have those copies.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it is this information has been on their websites for years.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so Councilmember Owens?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, welcome. And like Councilwoman Will Haller said, thank y'all for the help that y'all have. I know I send y'all a lot of resolutions and ordinances. I do have a question, though. You had talked about in question 3C about the increased attorney workload. I understand that y'all have a few vacancies right now, which I know other attorneys will take on that additional work. Did you see a trend already with just more work coming to attorneys? If you were fully staffed, would this still be an issue, or is it just that you have the vacancies right now?
We have always had a heavy workload. And it cycles, right? Like litigation, there are times where we get a lot of litigation cases or a lot of charges of discrimination, and then there are times where it kind of falls off. Even at our full complement, we are busy. We are busy.
And follow up, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
Has the addition of adding the fiscal note management, has that added to that caseload as well?
I can't say that that's
I believe that the additional caseload there has been more on OMB. So the law department definitely coordinates it, which is something they've always done, but the actual estimates are provided by OMB. So I'm sure Rob would love to tell you about the burden on his staff.
Yes, I was just going to say that's really not much on us because we're just sending the email and then copy pasting.
But I will say we find it incredibly helpful to know about the real impact. I mean, if you look back over the years at some of the fiscal impacts that were provided, they were minimal. So I think that it's been a really good change to have OMB really dig into each one.
I will add to that, to Stephanie's point, but before OMB really became involved in that, the law department would be putting together those fiscal impact statements and having to, and that's not really our job, right? So we would, to make sure we were accurate, so I would tell you that this is probably easier on the law department, sorry, bro, on the law department.
Harder on OMB, but definitely more accurate.
Thank you.
I would agree with that.
And the only reason I bring that up is because I do want to make sure, and I've said this to other departments as well too. I don't want to put too much of a workload on our employees here in the city of Wilmington, and includes our attorneys as well too. I do hope that y'all are able to fill the 2 positions that y'all have vacant right now, and please, anything that I can do to help, please just let me know how I can help. But other than that, thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Bass Knight?
Yes, just one question is, Rose, you had mentioned about, I believe, Newcastle County, that they have some type of sliding scale when it comes to the pay for their attorneys. And so by the time, we do like the 3.5 for meet expectations to exceed, has the law department considered something like similar so that, like we're more like competitive or comparable? I mean, I know things can change, but I don't know whether that would make a difference or not.
Certainly, I'm, thinking about it. The pay increases that we've had very regularly these past several years have been very helpful. And they've also been, more than just, say, like the 2% COLA. They've been significant pay increases. Certainly, we can always strive to try and do more in that area, and that's something that we can look at. But in terms of this budget and past budgets, what has been really helpful is the regular pay increases. I mean, I've been here for a long time, and there are periods of time where the E&M folks did not have pay increases every year, and that was hard. It's hard to retain attorneys when we're competing with the private firms. You're never going to compete with those guys. We can't afford to compete with them. But it's even harder when you can't give your attorney a pay increase, or they can't look to a pay increase every year. So we have really done much better in that particular area.
You good?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak? I do have one person, I believe, Jean Messick. Jean Messick?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
All right, good evening. I'm Gene Messick with the homeless in District 4. Sorry to hear about the increased workload that you're dealing with over in the law department. I understand you're dealing with some vacancies as well. I just wanted to ask, while we're talking about the budget, while we're talking about government waste and pinching pennies over $3,000 porta potties a week, I want to know how serious the city of Wilmington is in, upholding the Constitution, protecting people's First Amendment rights, stuff like that. Really simple things. We've been incorporated as a city for 250 years. You'd think you'd have this down now, but you got people like Carney in charge. I'm looking at the ACLU right now. I can count 5 cases involving the First Amendment that, under his jurisdiction as governor of Delaware and as mayor of the city of Wilmington, he's violated the First Amendment 5 times. We've got, let's see, versus Fisher et al. We've got Jennings versus McDowell-Ray. We've got Wilmington Food Not Bombs versus Jennings. And now here we have a settlement in October of 2025 at the city of Wilmington. This is Hanif Salam versus the city of Wilmington, where you were all forced to pay out $11,500.
Point of order. I believe the speaker is going to legal matters. I can direct it to law department, but I don't think this is the forum.
It's just a waste of money. This is a fiscal matter. So if we're trying to save money, then we need to invest in training for your staff, for your administrators, for your elected officials, so that they know how to avoid these expensive litigations in the city of Wilmington. I mean, we have people in need that need your help, and you're wasting money in these frivolous litigations because Carney doesn't want people to talk about gay people or homelessness. I mean, come on. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well, sir. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to have a public comment on Zoom or in the room? I'm going to bring it back to council members for any final comments. Okay. Well, if not, I want to thank Mr. Jones. Councilmember Johnson, do you have a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say I appreciate the work Rose and her team do. I know how it is, of course, having worked in the department. You really have a crushing workload, and you really help us through a lot of complex matters. And I just want to state that for the record that the Constitution and the laws in the state or federal level, they're not always easy. And I appreciate the guidance from you all in terms of guiding our staff and our council members. So thank you. And however we can help fill those vacancies, because I think I did see the posting with Delaware Law School. So because it came out through one of my networks with, I believe, the Minority Student Association. So thank you for posting that, and I'll definitely reshare, and hopefully we can get the rest of the positions filled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like we have two that just signed up. Is there a Leah K?
Hi, my name is Leah Kushner. I am trying to represent the homeless individuals at the Christiana Park camp. I have been donating food to the camp every weekday, and I've gotten to know a lot of the individuals there. Some new faces, some are residents that have been there for a long time. And I keep getting the same requests from these individuals. Not only are they extremely thankful that I am able to supply them with the basic necessity of water, drinking water, as there is no public drinking facility available. There are, I believe, 4, perhaps 5 porta potties on site, which are only cleaned 1 to 2 times per week. And unfortunately, that means there's no toilet paper. So I regularly supply them with cases of water and toilet paper out of my own pocket. As a Delawarean, I am providing things for individuals who cannot provide for themselves and that the state is not providing for them, unfortunately. Many of these individuals not only suffer from medical issues, some are mobilely disabled, many of them either have a walker or a wheelchair, but they don't have the availability to go to a store and purchase toilet paper and water. And unlike some people, they also don't have a bidet, so they kind of need that toilet paper. Having access to clean, fresh, potable water should not be something that these individuals have to suffer for or wait for someone to deliver. There should be provided water on site daily, a minimum of 2 gallons per person every day. The fact that the entire city has subjected this whole individual camp to the Friendship House alone and not given them the means or the financial backing to supply them with water and toilet paper as a basic need, let alone the fact that tents are not plentiful enough. I am disgusted with the fact that the way the city is handling this. I realize that nobody wants the homeless in their backyard, but everyone will be homeless if we don't start helping those around us. I'd like to know who on the council is going to be out there every day beside me, supplying these individuals with the basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheyenne?
That's all.
Thank you. All right. Okay. At this time, I would like to thank Mr. Jones, our acting city solicitor, Ms. Rose, and the law team, as well as the entire OMB team.
Chair.
At this time, we would like, yes?
Sorry.
Your speaker's on, sorry.
Excuse me?
Somebody's on for public
I'm
comments.
muted. Can I give my public comment?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I'm in the 7th District. I'm also concerned about the costs that are going to be incurred on the law department as it relates specifically to what's going on at Christina Park. The city has implemented laws or policies around saying that if you don't take a tent when you're at Christina Park and you don't go on the plot like they're supposed to, like they're being asked to, that people will be kicked out of the park under threat of arrest. And one of the concerns I have is, does this not open up the city to more lawsuits? around these issues of homelessness. We've already had issues around the city, around specifically what was brought up earlier for the loitering lawsuit, where the city settled with the state and all that. And so I guess I have just a concern about, are we opening ourselves up to more lawsuits by allowing for the police to go out and do this weird enforcement where you're forcing people to take a tent and you're not taking into consideration the needs of the individuals down there? And would it be better for the city to be investing its money into a budget that actually addresses homelessness at its root causes and provides housing, provides shelter beds, provides permanent supportive units? The other thing I think is just funny is that a public commenter just came on giving public comment, concerned about the lawsuits around First Amendment rights violations, just to have council member Chris Johnson interrupt him to tell him not to give public comment because he didn't think it was relevant. I just think, you're a civil rights lawyer, give people the chance to give their 3 minutes. I mean, that's ridiculous. There's no reason why there should have been any interruption there. That was completely inappropriate. And so I just think it's interesting, you guys just keep on digging a hole for yourself when it comes to these issues. I do hope that you'll take the time to consider the fact that people want to give their public comment, and also to consider putting money in the budget for homelessness funds, for rental assistance, and for all the other housing issues that are needed in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, I would like to thank Mr. Jones, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst and Acting City Solicitor Rose Tassone, and the law team, as well as the entire OMB team. And again, I just wanted to repeat that just in case it got missed. If there's any follow-up information, we're asking that you please provide it to Ms. Bassnight. And at this time, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will be returning in 5 minutes, and we will be returning to the Public Works, and we will have a presentation at that
Chair.
time. Again,
Chair, I'm sorry, before we close off, just want to mention that Councilman Field has joined on.
Councilman Field, I want to acknowledge Council Member Nathan Field. And again, thank you very much for your presentation and your time, and thank you to the public. We will be returning in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. evening, honorable members of council, Chief of Staff Saran Cade, Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephanie Mergler, Nadia Kamotho, our council financial intern, Commissioner Williams, Deputy Commissioner Carochia, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Public Works Water Sewer Fund as we are just resuming from a break. I am Finance Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. I first would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Vice Chair Bracy, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Spadola, President Trippy Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council persons present. Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard, Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Field,
Present.
Councilmember McCoy. First, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bass Knight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first, followed by the public at the end of each presentation. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. I now turn it over to Mr. Jones to provide a financial overview of the Public Works Department Water Sewer Fund, then followed by Commissioner Williams, as well as for a question and answer session with the council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Jones.
All right, good evening again, Madam Chair, Council President, Council Chief of Staff, and honorable members of City Council. This evening, I will present the Department of Public Works proposed water sewer fund budget for FY 2027 on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. Next slide. In the water sewer fund, the department is requesting a total budget of roughly $90 million, an increase of $3.9 million or 4.6% over the FY 2026 budget. Personal services increased by $557,000, while MS&E increased by $1.8 million compared to the prior fiscal year. Next slide. Regarding position changes, the department is up a net 0.50 FTE in the water sewer fund compared to FY 2026, reflecting the addition of 2 positions and the deletion of 1 position. The utility project manager was eliminated and replaced with an assistant water division director for distribution. This position will provide enhanced oversight of the aging distribution system and ongoing infrastructure upgrades to meet future demands. This position is fully funded by the Water Sewer Fund. In addition, an inventory distribution specialist was added, split funded 50% with the general fund. These changes resulted in a net total increase of $65,330. Inclusive of the position changes, the total FY 2027 personal service increased by $557,000. The salary and wages account group rose roughly by a net $264,000, primarily due to cost of living adjustments, anniversary steps, as well as annual reviews for executives and managers. Total employee benefits also increased by a net $292,000 due to rising healthcare costs, mainly hospitalization costs as projected by the city's healthcare insurance consultant, USI. Next slide. Moving on to MS&E. Contracted maintenance services increased by $918,000 for operating and maintaining the city sewage treatment plant and managing the city's renewable energy biosolids facility, or REBF. In addition, approximately $56,000 was added for hydrant testing and maintenance, including repair to seize and frozen valves. Indirect costs, which are charges to the Water Sewer Fund, reimbursing costs incurred by the General Fund in support of the water, sewer, and stormwater utilities, are up $283,000 relative to FY 2026 based on the Black and Veatch indirect cost model. Bulk chemicals increased by $180,000 to address drinking water taste and odor concerns through the additional carbon purchases and other treatment chemicals at the Porter and Brandywine filter plants, including chemicals required for membrane cleaning at the Brandywine plant. Next slide. Combined, repairs to water lines and sewer lines increased by approximately $148,000 due to main breaks, valve replacements, aging infrastructure, and winter-related emergency repairs. The city-county building utility costs and asset management contract rose by $115,600 in the building maintenance account line for the city's portion of costs to manage and maintain the city-county building. The city and county split the cost for the building, 70% to the city and 30% to the county. In addition, repairs to equipment decreased by $258,000, which more than offset the building maintenance increase. Next slide. The other fees account group rose by a total of $107,000 due to the elimination of state funding from DNREC for stream gauge monitoring and higher contract costs for meter reading and billing, as well as quality assurance, quality control, and management oversight services. The consultant account increased by $102,550 to support a miscellaneous fee study under Black and Veatch professional service agreement. The study will compare the city's utility fee schedule and structure of those comparable municipalities and evaluate opportunities to align fees with the cost of providing services. Next slide. Miscellaneous charges NOC increased by $61,500, largely to support the backflow solution maintenance agreement with HydroCorp. A companion ordinance approved a $150 fee for customers with backflow preventers to help recoup these costs. Lastly, total debt service increased by $625,150 based on the new debt service schedule, which includes increases due to the recent December 2025 bond issuance. That concludes my overview of the Department of Public Works Water Sewer Fund FY 2027 proposed budget. I return the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council members, council staff, Mayor's Office, OMB, members of the public. I'd like to acknowledge some of the Public Works staff that's in attendance. Thank you for your support. It's our pleasure to present to you this year's Water Sewer Stormwater Fund budget for fiscal year 2027. I'd like to introduce to you the Water Division Director, Chris O., and Deputy Commissioner Vince Caroccia. Deputy Commissioner will now go through our presentation.
First, I'm going to hand it off to Chris O. She's going to give you some background of the department, vision statement, and priorities.
Okay, thank you.
The mission of the Department of Public Works is to operate, maintain, and improve city infrastructure with a commitment to excellence, ensuring superior service to our customers while advancing environmental sustainability for a resilient future for Wilmington. The water, sewer, stormwater utility consists of approximately 108,000 customers inside and outside of the city. Porter and Brandywine water treatment plants that produce an average of 16 million gallons per day of drinking water. Over 420 miles of water transmission and distribution mains. Over 370 miles of sewer and stormwater mains. A regional wastewater treatment plant servicing residents and businesses north of the C&D Canal and part of southeastern Pennsylvania, which is approximately 600,000 customers. And in addition to a combined sewer management program that captures more than 80% of stormwater runoff within the city. Next slide, please. Our vision is to manage our utility and resources to meet evolving regulatory requirements, water supply needs, and customer expectations in the future. Our priorities for FY26, 27. Our priorities for FY27 Water Sewer Fund are to provide customers with safe, reliable water, wastewater, and stormwater mitigation services, and continue 100% compliance with regulatory requirements. Comply with forthcoming regulations from the EPA and the Delaware Office of Drinking Water, which include prepare for compliance with the EPA PFAS regulations, and complete a service line inventory and replacement plan under the lead and copper revised rule. In addition, our priority is to maintaining a standard of exceptional integrity, honor, and respect through open communication and accessibility. Our three major performance measures for the utility include the number of non-compliant events that must be reported to a state or federal agencies such as CSO overflows, NIPD's violations, boil water advisories, Safe Drinking Water Act violations, the length of time a customer is without water measured in hours, and the number of water quality complaints.
Okay, thank you very much for that overview. Now we're going to jump into our questions. Our first question will be, Council has a fiduciary duty to ensure the water sewer fund is solvent and has the necessary funding and adequate resources to support the city's largest asset. Can you please discuss the following? And also, you can answer letter A.
Sure. All right, so the comprehensive indirect cost allocation studies are commonly performed once every 5 years or so, and or whenever there are any material department changes within a municipal government's organizational structure. The comprehensive study helps to define an allocation plan, which is then used by municipalities to update and allocate indirect cost budgets to the enterprise fund departments. OMB uses its indirect cost allocation plan to first determine the O&M indirect cost budget allocation for each direct division in the 421 Water Sewer Fund, then the water sewer stormwater O&M cost inclusive of the indirect cost along with other revenue requirements such as capital cost and reserves. They determine the level of annual increases that are needed. Therefore, while the O&M indirect cost allocated each year to the water sewer stormwater utility are an integral part of the total water sewer fund cost increases, the magnitude of the allocated indirect cost increase could be higher or lower than the annual water sewer stormwater rate increases. The indirect cost allocation, referred also as pricing of internal services, is a governmental best practice that is adopted widely in the public sector where an internal service fund and or general fund provides services to an enterprise fund. Therefore, the operating budgets of the water sewer utilities include these indirect costs. Attached are a couple of resources that provide an overview of governmental best practices for determining and allocating indirect costs to enterprise fund departments.
Okay, so can you explain the correlation of the 9 million for the indirect costs of 550,000?
That's the one we just did.
Oh, you did.
The indirect costs, yeah, we're on.
Okay, I didn't hear you mention A. Okay, great. We're going to move on to question number 2. The Resilient Wilmington report was done by July 2025. Can you please share if the budget provides funding and resources to address the following A through C?
Sure. Okay, so under the Resilient Wilmington Program Greenhouse Gas Reduction Initiative, the budget for Resilient Wilmington covers the generation of and updates to the Resilient Wilmington report. It also covers coordination activities within the Intergovernmental Resilient Wilmington Working Group. Resiliency-related projects have different budget line items in the department and divisions which are initiating the project work. For flood and heat resilience infrastructure improvements, Flood and heat resiliency projects are funded by the department or divisions which are initiating the project work. Department of Public Works is pursuing grant funding with FEMA and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for flood resilience improvements for Northeast Wilmington based on the recommendations of the Lower Brandywine Flood Study. This final study report is in draft form and is preparing to be released within the next 4 to 8 weeks. Under community outreach and capacity building, this is primarily accomplished with internal staffing and is supplemented with Resilient Wilmington funding and collaboration with the Partnership for the Delaware Estuary.
Okay, question number 3. Can you please discuss the vitality of the city's drinking water for both lead and copper, and if this budget provides adequate funding and resources to meet all EPA regulations? And you can respond to A as well.
Sir. All right, so next slide, please. Thank you. The City of Wilmington's drinking water system is in compliance with the EPA lead and copper rule requirements. Corrosion control is in place, and lead is not present in treated water leaving the plant. Risk is limited to older service lines and plumbing. The city maintains a service line inventory and is advancing replacement efforts, indicating that current funding supports regulatory compliance, though continued investment will be needed for future requirements. City of Wilmington tests for PFAS for forever chemicals, including PFOA and PFOS. Current results showing PFOA meeting standards, while PFOS is slightly above the proposed EPA limits. The EPA's final PFAS drinking water regulations were issued in 2024 with compliance required by 2031. City of Wilmington is actively monitoring, planning treatment improvements, and has already secured some funding, although there is still a large funding gap. The city is on track to meet the required compliance timeline for PFAS. Additional information, including steps residents can take to minimize potential exposure, is available online and in our annual consumer confidence report. And regarding lead, customers can check their service line information on our interactive map at wilmingtonwater.gov for information about their individual service line properties.
Okay, thanks for including that link in there. All right, we're going to go to question number 4. Can you please share the total amount of funding received from the bipartisan infrastructure funds since inception and specify how this funding has helped defray costs to your budget?
Certainly. Next slide, please. All right, so here's a chart that indicates all of the projects. Bipartisan infrastructure law was passed, and we received our first funding in fiscal year 2022. Projects are broken down by year. I've put 2 columns up there, one indicating projects that have come with principal forgiveness, which essentially, once the project is completed, it is forgiven and it becomes a grant to the city. So out of $260 million approximately of loans since 2022 for water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure, we've received almost 39% of our $101 million in principal forgiveness through the SRF program. Next slide, please. The funding received through the bipartisan infrastructure law, the bill, has mainly come to the city in the form of principal forgiveness in state revolving fund loans for drinking water and clean water. The principal forgiveness, as I mentioned, means repayments of these funds at the completion of the project is waived. And this lowers the water, sewer, stormwater capital improvements rate impact because of a reduction in debt service that would otherwise be required to pay down the loans.
Okay, we're going to move to question number 5. With the mounting cost to maintain the water sewer system for a budget of $90 million, can you please share how this budget is aligned with the following priorities? And you can answer letters A through F, please.
Next slide, please. Okay, we've broken them down by each category, A through F. First being water quality protection. Drinking water treatment plants operate on a 24/7, 365 basis. Thousands of water quality tests are performed annually across our system. Ongoing corrosion control treatment is performed to meet lead and copper rule requirements. Ongoing PFAS treatment upgrades and sampling are occurring, and the impact to our customers is the continuous delivery of safe and reliable drinking water that meets all EPA standards. Under water main replacement, our system includes approximately 420 miles of water mains. The city experiences approximately 100 to 150 main breaks per year, driving replacement priorities. Our annual capital program replaces aging high-risk mains, and the impact to our customers with doing this work is fewer breaks, improved reliability, and reduced service interruptions over time. Next slide, please. As it relates to PFAS treatment pilot study, PFAS, as I indicated earlier, was detected at low levels, PFOS, at slightly above the proposed EPA limits. Approximately $2 million in grant funding has been secured for PFAS response efforts. There is a pilot study underway to evaluate treatment technologies ahead of the 2031 compliance deadline. An impact to customers is the proactive reduction of the forever chemicals and long-term regulatory compliance. As it relates to Delaware River nutrient compliance, our wastewater treatment plant treats approximately 70 million gallons per day. Ongoing investments are being made to meet the Delaware River Basin Commission's nutrient limits, and the impact to our customers is that this protects regional waterways and avoids costly regulatory penalties, and that could impact our rates. Next, please. Under drinking water system treatment plant optimization, our system produces approximately 16 to 20 million gallons a day of drinking water. Continuous process improvements and chemical optimization are occurring to reduce chemical costs in an unstable market. The impact to our customers is consistent water quality, continuous service, fire storage, and minimizing chemical costs that could impact our rates. And under valve and hydrant rehabilitation program, our system includes thousands of hydrants and valves requiring routine maintenance. Annual inspection and an exercising program is in place to maintain operability and improve our infrastructure. And the impact to our customers is improved fire protection, faster isolation during breaks, and shorter outages.
Thank you. We're going to move on to question number 6. Now that Jacobs is the 7th year of the 20th agreement for management of the wastewater treatment plant for $27,500,000 million over 20 years that accounts for 30% of this budget, can you please share the mechanisms in place to ensure quality control compliance and management oversight and any community investment?
Thank you. All right, so as far as wastewater treatment plant operations, this budget accounts for the cost of the operations contract for the wastewater treatment plant with Jacobs OMI. The city receives revenue from Newcastle County in the form of wholesale billing to account for the county's wastewater discharges to the plant. Approximately 80.58% of the cost to operate the wastewater treatment plant are allocated to Newcastle County. Monthly operations and maintenance meetings are held between city staff and Jacobs. Wastewater treatment committee meetings are held every 2 months between the city, Newcastle County, and Jacobs. There are quarterly business meetings between the city and Jacobs, and these are held to review key performance indicators of the wastewater treatment plant and discuss operational and capital projects. These are attended by public works staff, including the commissioner and myself. Jacobs provides monthly discharge monitoring reports to DENRAC with copies to the city of tabular data and information, including water quality sampling and testing. These reports demonstrate compliance with the requirements of the NIPDES permit for the wastewater treatment plant. City and Jacobs are also co-listed on the NIPDES permit for the plant so that both parties have a vested interest in compliance. And there is an annual true-up of the wastewater contract fees with Jacobs and an annual true-up of the Newcastle County allocation of treatment plant cost. And these are reviewed by the city's Water Division's financial consultant, Black & Veatch. Next slide, please. The bullets on the screen indicate the community investment by Jacobs OMI for this fiscal year to date.
Okay. So just looking at all those different areas. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to question number 7. In addition to staffing salaries and benefits for $11.6 million, can you please justify the plan used for $5.8 million in professional fees for consultants, $2.2 million, engineering $2.8 million, and legal of $103,000, and temp agency for $565,000. And you can answer letters A through D. Thank you.
Okay. The next slide, please. All right, so this is broken down into several charts. These are essentially a list of the consultants, character group in the budget. That these are used anywhere from our financial planning, UCAB, assistance with our lab databases, advertising, posters and things of that nature, Shroud Water Research, our water PIO, Bright Fields for environmental support services, and Water Wards that work for our CSO program. Next slide, please. This is the engineering piece of that. Again, engineering firms that we bring in for various projects as it relates to distribution system and plant improvements. We also have the legal support here when needed, and temporary agency staffing, as was called out in the question. That's typically through integrity staffing for temp agency employees within the entire water division and engineering. Next slide, please. So Public Works managers will bring in necessary assistance that we need for a project at hand. A lot of times there is specific expertise that is required for which we don't have someone on staff that can design or engineer a specific project. By using outside engineers, the design liability is assumed by the engineer of record and not the Public Works manager. With the large number of projects ongoing, there are not enough project managers on staff. Our staff manages outside engineers and consultants to assure that tasks and projects are completed successfully. And related to legal fees, there has been no active litigation involving the utility over the past 2 years requiring the expenditure of our budgeted funds. However, this can rapidly change.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to question number 8. Can you please discuss the plan used for $13 million budgeted in the contract maintenance account, grouping and share if this provides the necessary funds to address any major repairs to water and sewer lines? And you can address letters A through C. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so here's a chart of the firms that make up that character group. Regarding water and sewer, we've got a multi-year contract with Brandywine Construction that was approved by council, 1.632 budgeted for sewer emergency repairs for FY2027, and a little over $3 million for water and valve replacement and to address main breaks. Next, please. Regarding meter replacement, these are the estimated quantities that we're planning on replacing in fiscal 27. 5/8 to 1 inch 700, 1.5 to 2 inch 30, and then 3 and 4 inch 15 each, and 6 inch 5. Next, please. Regarding meter testing, these are the estimated number of tests planned and the frequency with which we test those size meters. Next, please. The number of main breaks per year, 24, 25, and 26 year to date. These particular contracts for water main breaks and valve replacement are emergency work, so therefore this is not scheduled work. These contracts are used for emergency responses, and as regards to the number of valves replaced, FY26 year to date, there's been 12.
Okay. All right, we're going to move right on to question number 9. Can you please discuss the impact to the department regarding vacant positions, and you can respond to 1 through 4. Thanks.
Sure. All right, so here's a list of the current vacancies. These are all water sewer fund, exception of one that's split funded. Again, some of these have been outstanding for a bit. Some of them we have had trouble, attracting candidates towards. Several on the list, the general laborers and foreman. The foreman was, I believe, just interviewed for, and the general laborers are being interviewed for next week. So hopefully we'll cut that down a bit. Next slide, please. So we work closely with HR to fill vacancies as quickly as possible. We have been averaging about 18 to 25 vacancies department-wide due to employee turnover, and have experienced some difficulty in the current labor market in attracting and retaining qualified staff due to available salary ranges and the residency requirements. Noted one applicant for our forest program operations supervisor turned down the position due to the residency requirement after being offered. And we do use temp employees to perform some of the job functions of these vacant positions wherever possible.
Okay, all right. We're going to move on to 10. Can you please discuss the planned use of approximately $2.1 million budgeted in petroleum and chemicals account line pertaining to the water treatment at both Porter and Brandywine filter plants, and specify if concerns with taste and odor has been addressed?
Sure. Next, please. So the major character groups within the petroleum and chemicals line are outlined there. We have motor fuels and lubricants for $16K. The bulk of the line is bulk chemicals at almost $2 million, and lab supplies at $143.2 thousand. Next, please. So our chemical usage is based on average production of 20 MGD. Chemical usage is being continually optimized and is based on production demand. If we encounter main breaks or leaks, these will result in higher production and therefore require additional water treatment chemicals. Usage of water from Hoops Reservoir requires much higher levels of liquid ferric chloride to coagulate. This also requires higher dosing of lime to balance pH. Heavy rain events, pollution discharge, or drought conditions can require the switch to Hoops water. Hoops Reservoir is the city's backup source to ensure continuous clean water. Bulk chemical usage is not linear throughout the year. Water production is higher during the spring and summer periods and requires greater chemical usage during the warm weather months. Two frequently used chemicals are ferric chloride and sodium hypochlorite, and both have increased in price by 93% and 44% respectively since 2022. Next, please. Regarding taste and odor, City of Wilmington's drinking water occasionally experiences temporary taste and odor issues, often due to seasonal algae growth in the source water. While these issues can cause an earthy taste or smell, the water remains safe to drink, as the city's treatment process effectively removes the algae. Wilmington Water is continuously working on long-term solutions to proactively minimize these aesthetic concerns. Taste and odor are aesthetic, not health concerns. They are caused by naturally occurring compounds from seasonal algae that can give water an earthy or musty taste or smell. Seasonal algal blooms are becoming more frequent and intense due to climate change, as warmer temperatures and increased nutrient runoff create ideal conditions for growth. The water remains safe to drink and meets all standards. Wilmington actively manages these conditions by adjusting treatment, including dosing powder-activated carbon as needed to remove taste and odor-causing compounds. The city has also implemented an algae-sonic buoy system to control algae at the source, and will continue improving this system this summer to further reduce occurrences.
Thank you. Question number 11. Can you please discuss the $809,000 budgeted in the miscellaneous materials, supplies, or parts account line, and specify if any of the vendors are DBEs and the number of fire hydrants slated for replacement?
Okay, sure. Next, please. Here's first part of a chart. These are a lot of smaller vendor contracts that we use for blanket POs for parts and things throughout the water system, sewer maintenance, water service, and wastewater treatment. Next, please. Again, part 2 of 3 of a list. Again, some of the larger items like Ferguson are for bid contracts for miscellaneous plumbing parts that we put out for bid every year. Next, please. And this rounds out the rest of the list. Again, these are multiple entries sometimes for some of the vendors, because we have, each division may have their own PO for the same company. And as regards to fire hydrants, we're planning on replacement of 75 hydrants scheduled for FY2027.
Okay. Number 12, can you please justify the $795,000 budgeted in construction and repairs account line, considering year-to-date is well below budget and the last 3 years has trended well below the budget?
Sure. Okay, so that construction repairs line is broken down as on the screen. We've got building supplies for $1,500, $458K for material supplies, roads, and $335,000 for meter shop supplies. I just want to note, over the last 3 years, we have been experiencing supply chain issues as it relates to water meters and ERTs. So we've had to actually carry these POs forward, and then the material or equipment has showed up in the next fiscal year just because of supply chain issues. That is starting to rectify itself now, so we're probably down to about 4 to 5 months when we place an order, so we don't expect to have to carry these over into future years anymore.
So did these supply chain issues sort of like come about during the pandemic?
Pandemic and post-pandemic, I'm still, with some of the work that we do, we're still experiencing a lot of it, especially as it relates to electrical components, VFDs, MCCs, transformers. It still can take a year and a half or longer once we place an order for those types of pieces of equipment before they're going to show up. It's ridiculous.
Wow. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to question number 13. Can you please share the plans for informing the public regarding homeowner connection and the water protection subsidy, and please specify the number of participants over the last 2 years?
Sure. Okay, so under our homeowner connection subsidy, we budget $60,000 a year. The customers are notified whenever Water Service Division responds to a leak on property or when they contact the engineering division for assistance. It is also advertised on the Wilmington Water website at the link on the screen. As far as expenditures, 24, we had 9, 25, 13, and 26 year-to-date. There have been 17. The way we dole these out, it's up to $1,000 or less, it's capped at 1,000 once the individuals present receipts to us. The water production subsidy is also budgeted for $60K, and these are funds that are used for grants to agencies upstream on the Brandywine Creek to prevent contaminants from entering the surface water supply and to decrease our downstream treatment costs.
Okay. I would like to recognize Councilmember Darby. Okay, we're going to go to question number 14. Can you please discuss whether this budget provides adequate funding for training and professional development for the staff?
Okay, so we have budgeted funds for staff to attend conferences and seminars, water quality training, GIS conferences, the Delaware Royal Water Association training, damage prevention conferences, construction training, customer service training, self-contained breathing apparatus certification, water operator licenses fees, and water quality training.
Okay, all right. This brings us to our last question. Can you please provide your FY2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of your employees? And you can just speak to A and B.
Over the next 5 or so pages, so if this is the directors and commissioners page, photos of all the current staff. Next. This is our water division broken down. Supervisors are identified with photos. Any vacant positions are notified or there, and any temps are highlighted as well. And next, our operations division. Next, our administrative division staff. Next, our engineering division. And finally, our transportation division.
Okay, all right, so that concludes your presentation of questions. And so at this point in time, I'm going to ask if we have any council members that have any questions. Councilmember Willard.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I did have a question about water main breaks and kind of the timeline. There's been a water main break that I wanted to ask about at the corner of 8th and Van Buren, and it's been broken and, leaking water since February. And there's other water main breaks also in the west side. There's one at 5th and Monroe. 5th and Monroe. And then I was just talking with some residents about another one that I'll report to you, but it just seems like these, it takes a really long time for the water main breaks to be addressed. And my question is, I look back a few years ago, it seemed like there was more money in the water main repair line than there is now. And I'm just wondering, is the issue like there's not enough money allocated to that line, or like what is it? How come it takes, I guess residents wanted me to ask, like what
Certainly.
takes so long to
Well, I'm
repair?
familiar with a couple of the breaks because you sent some pictures over and I've sent staff out to look at them, like the Van Buren leak. As we reported to you, they were unable to find any source for a leak out there, so they had to bring in a specialty contractor, Trinity Subsurface, to do acoustic leak detection and ground penetrating radar to try to find out what's leaking. That's what we refer to. That's less than probably 1 gallon per minute leak. That's what we would refer to as a nuisance leak. We prioritize all the leaks. Obviously, if we have a big leak, it's something that is we're in danger of losing a tank or losing a pressure zone. Those are handled right away. Some of these nuisance leaks, we'll go out, investigate them to the best we can. We have to make a determination, because if I start digging that entire road up for a 1 GPM leak, it could cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars to restore that road. So they're all triaged and prioritized. Any major leak where a customer's out of water, these are addressed right away. These nuisance leaks, as we get to them, we bring in the resources we need, and we'll address them. The one that you mentioned at Fifth, and I believe it was Madison, I had our supervisor.
Yeah, Monroe.
I'm sorry, Monroe. I had our supervisor go out that and check that right afterwards. He had checked it the day before after a repair was made, and they're not finding anything out there.
I know, there's a leak there, like it's coming out of the ground, it's coming out of the street, it's like going into the drain, like I checked it this morning.
Well, one
Actually,
thing we
I'll send you
normally
another
do
video.
if you're seeing active water coming up is take a sample and find out if it's actually finished water and not groundwater, because we get a lot of complaints where we'll see seeping from underground springs, and when we take the water back to the lab and test it, there's no hypo, there's no zinc orthophosphate, and there's no fluoride in it. I mean, I can certainly have somebody go out and address it, but again, if this is actively leaking and there's water running down the street, we will address that right away. It's typical.
That is true. I mean, that one at 8th and Van Buren, I don't know if you've been there recently, but that's a lot of water coming out of there. And so it's not an issue of enough money, it's just difficult to find what's going on?
Sometimes it is difficult to find where it's leaking. It could be leaking from where it's daylighting, and where the actual leak is could be a considerable distance away. So if you dig over top of the leak, you may be chasing that leak with a backhoe up the street, and the next thing we're replacing a large portion of the street. I mean, so we take that into consideration. What they'll try to do is use acoustic leak detection to hone in on the leak and mark out where it is, get as closest to the noisiest spot, and then we'll excavate there. But again, these are the leaks, and I've seen the pictures you sent over, and I've sent staff out and responded to these multiple times. These are what we would refer to as a nuisance leak. I mean, I've got one in my neighborhood with my water provider that's been going on that way for 3 years, and there's water constantly running down the gutter, and they'll get it on a replacement plan and replace it. But to just go in to put a clamp on it, it can cost a lot of money just to do the work for something we're going to come right back and replace.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other council members that would like to comment? Councilmember Field?
Yes. Hi, Mr. Croce. I have a question. I asked you this 2 years ago and probably 3 years ago as well. I'm concerned about the norm becoming that every vehicle that the city orders or purchases seems to be an SUV or a mini SUV, all of which cost more money than a conventional sedan type vehicle, but without being a true need. It's more, it seems, of a want. And for most of the city's history, the city was fine with a fleet of conventional four-door sedan type cars. Is there any reason why the city has to continue to adhere to this policy, which costs more money? 2 years ago, you mentioned something about it being that the grills with the mini SUVs were needed to help clear snow. Was that, did that have any impact this year with snow clearance? But is there any reason why we need to keep purchasing cars that are more luxurious than seems to be functionally needed for city employees?
I mean, I could comment to the availability in this day and age for smaller sedans. We did purchase for L&I and land use sedans in the past, and some of the individuals were too big to fit in the vehicles, so their department heads requested the vehicle be upgraded to something larger so that they could actually accommodate the driver. As it relates to vehicles that we purchase for public works, if folks are expected to respond in inclement weather and work in rain, snow, and be able to get to job sites, then we take that in consideration and buy the appropriate type of vehicle for them. I should also note that the majority of vehicles that we purchase are off of state contracts, so we're seeing a significant decrease over and above what you would normally pay on a dealer's lot.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes. Go ahead.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you're saying that in many cases there was purchases of sedans, but the size of employees required upgrades to SUVs or mini SUVs?
They required an upgrade to a vehicle that was larger than the sedans. When these were up for replacement, the department head requested they be upgraded to a small SUV or a full-size SUV because the individuals could not fit in the vehicles.
It seems to me that there's other ways there could be other solutions rather than upgrading. But I'll just conclude by, I just think we need to really look at the vehicles that we're buying, and there's a difference between wants and needs. And, I think, we're dealing with taxpayer dollars, and it seems to me that 95% of the jobs could get by with sedans instead of SUVs or mini SUVs. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Bass Knight?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So just from, we know that our water utility is our largest and our main asset, and that Public Works do a great job administering and overseeing that service. On your slide 10, you talk about your top 3 performance measures. Like, what do we do, to ensure that we are in continuous, compliance, right? One of the items mentioned is the number of water quality complaints, the length of time customers is without water measured in hours. Are we within the industry standards? Do you think we're really good at those performance measures? And just want to make sure we have the adequate resources and funding to be able to address everything. And you see that as a theme in a lot of the questions is adequate resources and funding.
Yeah, I mean, Chris can chime in too, but as far as levels of service, we've gone through and set levels of service. Chris kind of alluded to some of that when we kicked this off, but we do track the calls, like service calls without water. We try to reestablish water, get on some of these larger breaks and segment them to the smallest area possible and affecting the least number of customers as quickly as possible. This is one of the main drivers for all the capital programs that we do, is replacing some of this aged infrastructure. As you're probably aware of from hearing me talk about this for the last almost 20 years, that we've got 420 plus miles of water main, and over 46% of it's over 75 years old. Okay, so we're behind the 8 ball here. This is why we've tried to increase the amount of spending on main replacement. We're trying to do 1.5% to 2% a year versus the AWWA recommended 1% per year, because it's only going to last so long, and then you're going to start getting inundated with breaks. We're trying to get ahead of that. Same thing with our vertical assets at the plant. We have, between the water plants, the wastewater treatment plants, we institute these rather robust capital programs because the infrastructure is aging, and we try to get ahead of this and of course have to comply with all the new regulatory requirements that are coming out that are driving a large part of these costs.
All right. Thank you. And Chair, just one last question.
Sure.
Is we know that, Jacobs managed the wastewater treatment plants. I'm just looking at slide number 27, and it's, and we see the amount of community investment, but just was looking at the year-round internship. It just mentioned about Delaware resident, it'd be nice if that was a Wilmington resident. I don't know whether you can like respond to that, but it'd just be awesome if there could be one for
I've
Wilmington.
asked them, and I know they do a lot of community outreach. They wherever, whenever possible, they try to participate with us. Like they just were at our Earth Day celebration over at Cool Spring Park here a few weeks ago. But yeah, I think they reach out, and when there's an interest, they try to help the folks out. I don't know if they've gotten anybody from the city. It's this past year, I don't believe so, but in previous years, I think they have.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Willard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my question is about, on slide 29, that lists all the professional fees and consultants. And, the Department of Public Works has a lot of professional fees. And I notice, council it's in the code that council has to approve any contract that's more than 1 year. And it looks like these are all 1-year contracts with all these companies, like Black and Beach is here a number of times. But they've been, the length of service.
Let me clarify that. So like, they might be listed 5 times, it's one contract.
Right,
We
so they've
just-
got
when my staff puts this together, they go through the justification report that you got as part of the budget, and every line on there, they put into the sheet. So it's one contract, but there may be 5 tasks.
Can I continue,
Sure,
Madam Chair?
follow up.
So there, one contract or 5 different contracts. It looks like a 1-year contract, but it's been renewed for 20 years. And I guess, at what point does, council have a chance to, vote on these contracts that are, kind of 20-year contracts, even though it might be just 1 year? I just feel that, some of these companies that have been just renewed for year over year, it seems like maybe going around the council's chance to have some oversight over these long-term contracts.
Council approves the budget, so that's the oversight.
I think, don't we have oversight of contracts too, a little bit more directly, that are more than 1 year?
And all the ones that are greater than a year, I bring to council on these particular professional services agreements. There's nothing gained or no discounts or anything for entering into a multi-year agreement. And as long as some of the contracts I've been bringing down take to get through council, it's easier and quicker for us to just maneuver with a 1-year contract. Plus, if I'm not happy with the service I'm getting, I'm going to move to somebody the next year.
Yeah, could I just follow up, Madam
Yes.
Chair? Yeah, I mean, I just think that we need to take a look at some of these contracts and make sure that we are getting multiple perspectives and that we don't just get locked in with one perspective, because I think that there's opportunity to look at how we're doing the rates, how we're setting the rates, how we are protecting customers, vulnerable customers, and we need to have, just make sure that we are getting great advice. So I think that I'd like to talk to the Department of Public Works about looking at who we're engaging to do some of this important work, to make sure that we're getting a diversity of viewpoints, and that we refresh our viewpoints. I think the audit, you get a new audit company every 3 years or something like that. We got to refresh our viewpoints. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have a question of Vince. On question number 7, where we asked about the professional development, under the temp agency, I was just curious to know what kind of a service does the temp agency provide to us with?
Okay, I'll try. So the temp agencies are essentially, a lot of times, I'm finding people and sending them to the temp agency to send them back to us to work as a temp. So we're paying the temp agency, they're stroking a check to the employee every week. They're covering the employer's portion for FICA, FUTA, SUTA, and adding a percentage on to keep their doors open. So that's the value. It gives us a way to get somebody in the door quickly without having to try to hire them as a city limited service employee, which then we're restricted to the number of hours a week that they can work.
Okay.
So it just gives us a way to get to people. The integrity contract, we've been doing business with them, I think it was about 19 years. That's a HR department contract that went out for an RFP multiple times over the last number of years. It just so happens that Integrity has been the one that they've selected, and they had the least amount of overhead.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Is there any other questions from council members? Councilmember Darby? Councilmember Darby?
Hello, yes. I wanted to talk about, I don't know if it would be this part of Public Works, but the wages for some of your employees. I know I was reached out to by a group of people who work in Public Works in the, let me see what department, I'm drawing a complete blank. Let me bring it up. Oh, here it is. I hear like throughout this conversation, throughout the presentation, residency kept being blamed, but we have people who aren't even, who's barely making it. And I'm not talking about high-end people in leadership getting raises every year. I'm talking about the workers, like the actual paid workers who are getting paid barely minimum wage and who aren't making it. So what are you guys doing about that?
Ms. Mergler?
Certainly. So a lot of those workers, in fact, I think pretty much all the ones you're referring to are in either Local 320 or Local 1102, which is an AFSCME union. We are currently in negotiations with both unions, and we definitely look forward to discussing wages with both unions. But that's where that conversation will have to happen, as it will be governed by the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
Yes, no, thank you. And I want to just, so everyone knows, it's the the street cleaning division. They're getting paid minimum wage, and they do a lot of work in the city and keeping the city clean. And just feel like they're not being heard. But yeah, so thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go out to the public. I have a few people here. I'm going to start with G. Messick. Please state your name, your district, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi there, it's Gene Messick again. I work in District 4 with the homeless. Just wanted to say I'm really glad to hear that new positions or funds are being invested into fixing and replacing our existing and aging water infrastructure and almost double the recommended replacement rate. I think that's great, especially given recent concerns in the media about Wilmington's aging lead pipes poisoning our population. I really look forward to being able to drink water in this city without such worries. I see that you have $60,000 budgeted for the homeowner connection subsidy, but in fiscal year 26, you only spent $17,000. That's only 17 households. Is there anything council or public works can think of to better publicize this subsidy? Maybe door knocking or flyering, getting all the news, or maybe telling people about it when they sign up for the home repair lottery? Another thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to report that 55 residents located at 100 North Church Street have been without potable or sanitary water access for 114 days since the city of Wilmington authorized residency at Christina Park for the unhoused. I would like to see this remedied as soon as possible. It's getting hot out, and dehydration compounds and significantly increases the lethality and seriousness of heat injuries. And the medical costs associated with that are going to be passed on to the taxpayers. A couple weeks ago, there was a public works hearing, and Councilmember Hackett asked for clarification on the reasoning behind the purchase of a van transport to be used at William Hicks Community Center. I think it's great. The kids need a way to get around to their games, and the Parks Department certainly deserves the help with that. Couple months ago, we spoke to Eric Morrison of the Delaware State House of Representatives in District 27. And he said there's actually a program with DelDOT that some organizations are eligible to receive retired DART shuttle vans for use in similar transportation projects. I wanted to know if the city was eligible for this program, and if they're not, if they could partner with a nonprofit that is eligible so we can get that van into service and possibly use it in weather emergencies for transporting the unhoused to Code Purple shelters as well. I know we're in like a $1 million deficit or something like that with this budget, so I figured that would be a good suggestion to help get you guys under control, so we can get actual services like permanent supportive housing, low barrier for entry shelter, a homeowner repair
16
wait list,
seconds.
and rental assistance. So thank you.
You're welcome. Leah Kushner. Leah. I'll come back to Leah. Mimi Seabeast.
Hi, my name is Mimi. I live in District 1, and that was a lot of information, so I have some questions. You described a system that serves 100,000 customers, delivers millions of gallons of water a day, and you measure your success by water quality, compliance, and how long customers go without water. You talked about infrastructure, hydrants, valves, inspection, system improvements. You discussed funding for streams for drinking water projects. So where in the plan is the funding for access to potable water for people who aren't connected to the system at all? There's people in Christina Park that have absolutely no reliable access to clean drinking water, and they're not reflected in the metrics I saw. And they're also not included in the definition of service interruptions. So I guess they're just not part of your customer base. So when you say you're providing safe, reliable water, it's not true for everyone in the city. So my asks are is there any allocation for public water access points or temporary or emergency water infrastructure that would apply to that? Is there anything in your plan that would be able to close this gap? And if not, I'm asking that you say that clearly and I'm asking you to explain why not, especially given that the spending's come in below budget, it seems like you said in the recent years for some of the programs. There's people in Wilmington that have no water, and the length of time without water for them is not measured in hours. It's indefinite right now. So if you could answer that, that'd be really great. Thank you.
We have notated that information, and we will definitely get back with you with an answer. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to go back to Leah. Okay, I'm going to move on to Cheyenne. Cheyenne?
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. With the Homes campaign, one of the things I'm very concerned about is the fact that there are individuals who are working for the city who cannot afford to live in the city. And while we're listening to these hearings, we're hearing a lot of concerns and complaints about the residency requirement. And during our door knocking, we meet a lot of people who are doing their best to make ends meet while they are employed by the city. And so when we're listening to this thing about the residency requirement for all of these departments that are struggling to fill vacancies, I think one of the ways that you can address that is to ensure that people are paid a housing wage, which in the city is no less than $30 an hour. And so that's one of our recommendations, is to increase wages, especially for some of the lowest paid workers that work for the Public Works Department and many other departments, so that people can afford to live in the city, afford the housing that's being built in the city. The other thing is we are super concerned about the impact that water shutoffs have to people's access to housing. When you don't have access to water in your home is no longer considered a viable place for you to live. They can say it is uninhabitable. And so we are concerned about the fact that the city continues the policy of shutting off water access for unpaid water bills for residents, regardless of what their situation is, whether there's children in the house, seniors in the house, disabled people in the house. And so we're asking for the city to make sure that they pass the law that would require them to look to see whether or not those individuals live in a home before they do a water shutoff, and to not do shutoffs in those homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Say, S-A-Y.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Faye Butterball, and I think some people already addressed my question, but we would like to know what is the plan to provide potable water to those residents at Christina Park, and how long will it take in hours to deliver those services? We'd be happy if that 1 gallon per minute nuance was being delivered to the park instead. I realize that it's not attainable. My other thing is I see that you have 3 years without active litigation, and you are correct. That is probably rapidly going to change. I want like to know, since the trash is not being removed and the participants that are there that don't have their porta potties cleaned regularly, is the city in compliance with the federal EPA rules and regulations in the event that, I don't know, biological contaminants will eventually make it on the river and to the Delaware River basin? So that will probably be to the detriment of the city and the residents that are here. And also, who is responsible for the faucet that has non-potable water at Christina Park? And where is that water coming from? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank those from the public for your comments, and I'm going to switch it back to council members. Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple follow-up questions, and one is why is the city using the water sewer fund to pay for almost 1/2 the expenses of the city of Wilmington's entire finance department, excluding the parking ticket division?
Ms. Mergler.
Yes, we've actually had multiple meetings with the councilwoman about this topic and gone through the budget several times. But essentially, the finance department supports the water fund. A lot of these expenses are budgeted directly inside the finance department for services such as accounting and billing. No water fund can exist without those services. So any independent water utilities such as Veolia or Artesian, thank you. They have their own finance departments. So they have staff who run the bills. They have staff who collect the funds. They have staff who help with customer service. And so we have those services as well in the finance department. I think what Councilwoman Willauer is mainly referring to here is something called indirect costs, which Vice Commissioner Carocho covered earlier, which is essentially that some of these services are not directly, they don't directly live in the finance department. I mean, not the finance department, I'm sorry, the water fund, because they're kind of fungible. So things like the procurement division. So some contracts are general fund related, some are water fund related. It's similar to the law department, to OMB, to any other department, IT, departments that provide services to the water fund that if the water fund were independent, they would have to pay for. They would have to go out and hire their own IT staff. They would have to go out and hire their own procurement staff, their own customer service staff, their own staff that does budget projections and budgeting. So in some cases, it is easiest to budget them directly in the water fund because they're very clear. It's, yes, I spend, exactly 50% of my time in the water fund, ergo 50%. I'm not talking about myself here. I'm talking theoretically as an accountant. An accountant may spend 50% of their time working on water. They may spend 50% of their time on general fund. And that's pretty easy for them to figure out. And so we budget it that way. In some cases, it's not as clear, so we do something called an indirect cost study, which we updated the year before last. Or the last year? It was last year. We updated last year to determine how much time those other services, like procurement, like IT, spend on working on water-related activities. And then those are paid back to the general fund from the water fund, essentially because, again, any water utility would have to pay for those services. So if you look at the overall cost of the water fund, our water utility is appropriately funded, and the expenses are appropriate for the size of the water fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Follow up?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up. I mean, we definitely have had this conversation before, but I still have questions. Like, I'm not convinced. And, you know, the council members get sent by the public to ask these questions. That's why we have these budget hearings. So I appreciate the chance to have this conversation. So, you know, I'm just looking at the finance department. So the city of Wilmington is a big operation. It's got over 1,000 employees. 133 of them work for the water sewer fund. And there's all these different departments. You know, there's the public works department that does the roads. There's the real estate and housing. There's, you know, the information technologies. There's all these different departments. And it's just amazing to me that all these different departments, like with, you know, 90% of the employees function with a finance department that like costs the same as the water sewer fund, which has a fraction of the number of employees. It's just like, it seems to be super efficient when it comes to dealing with the other parts of the city, but then very inefficient when it comes to dealing with the finances of the water sewer fund. So I just think the city of Wilmington needs to make sure that all those costs that we're putting onto the water sewer fund in the finance department and in some other departments, you know, like through that indirect cost study, I just have questions about some of the numbers. Like, what is the Economic Development Office doing for the water sewer fund? Like, what is that $325,000 paying for? How is the Economic Development Office supporting the water sewer fund? So, you know, the $2.8 million in the data processing division for the Information Technologies Department, like, what are they doing for the water sewer fund? I think that I would love to know a little bit more about what is being done for those costs, because, you know, we're asking customers to pay almost 10% increase in their water bills this year. And I just think, you know, if it's a case where we're paying with some things with the water sewer fund that should be paid for with the general fund, it would be a way. People, you know, can't afford these bills going up all over the place. And, you know, we need to be looking at, is the water sewer fund appropriately charged, or are we increasing the water bill when really we should be increasing revenue somewhere else?
Thank you. And I just want to clarify one thing in terms of the water rate going up to 9%. That could be recommended, but does not mean that's what City Council is voting on. So I just want to say that for the record, that's a recommendation and that has not been finally approved. So thank you very much. It sounds like there needs to be a follow-up meeting, and of course, being internal, we can make that happen. So at this time, I want to thank everyone for their comments, and I am going to basically turn it back over to our deputy and our commissioner. I want to say thank you for you and your team sharing the information, answering all the questions. I know that is very detailed, but as you know, you're one of the biggest departments in the city, and there's a lot of moving parts in your department. But thank you very much for sharing that information and being available on tonight. Thank you. So at this time, we're going to take a short break, and we will be returning a short break just long enough for the Public Works team to switch out and to bring the other team in for our presentation around the Water Sewer Fund for the 6-year financial plan. And again, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break, everyone. Good evening, honorable members of council, Chief of Staff Saran Cade, Chief of Staff Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephanie Mergler, Nadia Kamotho, Council Financial Intern, Commissioner Williams, Deputy Commissioner Carochia, Black and Veatch, Chris O., Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for presentation by Black and Veatch on the Water Sewer Fund 6-year financial plan, as we are just resuming from a short break. I am Finance Chair Michelle Harley, and I will be chairing this budget hearing this evening. And I would like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee and then all other council members. Vice Chair Bracy, Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Darby,
Here.
Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Spadola, President Trippy Congo, and I would also like to recognize Councilmember Owens, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy. First, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints. I ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be of a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. And I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, and in this case, to do their presentation, and then we will ask questions afterwards. Finance members will be acknowledged first. Each council member is allotted 2 questions and 2 follow-ups. And at this point in time, I am going to now turn it over to Chris O. And if you can please introduce the team from Black and Veatch. This hearing is tentatively scheduled for 90 minutes. Ms. O.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present our utilities 6-year financial plan. I'm Chris O. I'm the Water Division Director for the city. Alongside me, we have 2 consultants from Black and Veatch. We have Prabha Kumar and Rupa Jha. And so I'm going to kind of start off and talk about a little bit about our utility, and then I'm going to turn over to them to talk a little bit about the financial plan.
Okay.
Next slide, please. We'll begin our discussion today with a brief overview of our system, which was also provided previously during council briefing sessions earlier this year. Black and Veatch will then discuss the findings of the recently completed 6-year financial plan, as financial resilience is one of our utility's mission's critical priorities. They will also discuss the customer impact and the value of our water service. Next slide, please. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about our system and the needs of our system. Our Wilmington utilities provide 3 major services 24/7, 365 days a year. We deliver high-quality drinking water that meets all safety standards. We collect, treat, and safely dispose of domestic, commercial, and industrial wastewater. We not only manage wastewater, but are also engaged in recovering heat and electricity from our wastewater processes. Finally, we are responsible for managing all the stormwater that gets conveyed through our vast network of combined sewer system and our municipal separate storm sewer system. Next slide. And so what does our system really look like? We have over 37,000 water accounts, 26,000 stormwater accounts, over 23,000 sewer accounts, 2 water treatment plants, a regional wastewater treatment plant, and over 400 miles of sewer pipes and over 400 miles of water pipes. To deliver these services, we rely on this extensive network of treatment plants and pipes, as well as our pumping station and other assets. Next slide, please. And so in order to deliver these services, we have committed to 6 major goals. One of them being infrastructure integrity, consistent compliance with all of our regulatory mandates, operational excellence to ensure our community's health and safety, an intentional focus on developing and maintaining a skilled workforce, a focus on cost optimization both in our O&M expenditures as well as our capital project execution, and a consistent engagement with our customers and other stakeholders through various events, in-person contacts, our newly developed website, and customer portals. So delivering these services and achieving our goals involves costs. And we can kind of categorize these costs into three major drivers. Capital investments, costs involving in complying with existing and constantly evolving regulatory mandates, and our comprehensive operation and maintenance costs. Next slide, please. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about our water system and what's involved. Our water assets alone are worth nearly $1.5 billion. We have to protect these assets, and based on our asset management needs and priorities, we have defined a 6-year capital improvement program that requires $265 million of investments. This is not just a wish list, but a critical need to rehabilitate and protect our aging infrastructure, much of which is well over 75 years old.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. So our wastewater system, which also includes our stormwater assets, are worth nearly $1 billion. In the case of wastewater, our wastewater treatment and research recovery facility not only serves our city, but is actually a regional facility that serves northern Newcastle County. And based on our asset management needs and priorities, we have defined a 6-year capital improvement program that requires over $147 million of investment. As is in the case of water, a majority of our CIP costs pertain to rehabilitating and upgrading our treatment facilities. Next slide, please. While water and sewer CIP investments that are necessary over the next 6 years may seem large, this is very consistent in what we see nationwide in the water sector. Bluefield Research, a reputed utility research, reviews the proposed CIP of well over 700 utilities in the country. As shown in the chart here, what they found is that in the water sector, the highest CIP investments are driven by the linear assets of water and wastewater pipes. And the next highest capital-intensive investment pertains to the treatment plants. And so the previous two slides really demonstrated that that is very in line with what the industry is looking at. Next slide, please. And so the second cost driver I want to talk a little bit is regulatory mandates. We talked a little bit about in the budget presentation about the lead and copper and the PFAS. This slide right here talks a little bit in regards to the lead and copper rule improvement. This rule was promulgated in October of 2024, and it has a very strict compliance timeline. And so some of the things that the city has to comply with is developing an inventory, notifying customers of service line material, developing and submitting a replacement plan, and then also service line replacements. We do have a lot more information for customers to kind of read up and learn about lead and the things that the city is doing to remove lead, and we kind of put a link up here for people to be able to go see that.
Okay.
Next slide, please. And so some of our compliance efforts we are truly proud of, and we're really dedicated towards compliance with the lead and copper rule improvements. One of the key achievements that I just kind of wanted to note here is that we recently were notified that our program won the national award for the lead service line from the Lead Service Line Replacement Collaborative. And what is notable about this award is that we received it in the fiscal savvy and funding innovation, and how cost effectively we are fulfilling this unfunded federal mandate. And so some of the things that we're kind of doing in regards to lead and copper is that we're continuing to do triennial sampling. We are identifying service lines, and we are going out and replacing service lines, especially as part of larger capital projects. Next line, please. So another large mandate that we're going to have to comply with is PFAS. I'm sure everyone's kind of heard about PFAS in the news and stuff like that. This mandate was promulgated in April of 2024, and the deadline for compliance is 2031, which is just 5 years from now. This is a very expensive mandate, and based on Black & Veatch's national study estimate, this compliance could be $3.2 billion at the national level. And this is going to involve new treatment systems installed at our treatment plants in order to comply with the levels that the EPA has set for PFAS and PFOA. So this slide right here just kind of talks a little bit about what we've kind of gone about to comply with PFAS. We tested different PFAS contaminants at 29 different locations. We have been gathering data voluntarily even before we were required to kind of understand what our water looks like and what we're going to have to do in order to treat it. We have been collaborating with state and federal regulatory agencies in regards to funding as well as what the compliance levels will be. We have also participated in legal action seeking compensation for PFAS contamination. We have really strived the past couple of years to increase our communication with customers and produce customer informational booklets and stuff like that so that people can really understand what this is going to look like for the city and what our drinking water levels are. And we're currently in the midst right now of doing a pilot study to determine what kind of treatment we will be having at our portafilter plant. So it's a over a year-long study that we're really trying to analyze what kind of media we would use to remove PFAS from the water.
Okay.
The third category in our cost driver are the operations and maintenance costs that are necessary to deliver these 24/7 services. From a national perspective, Fitch, which is one of the leading rating agencies, has issued a generally stable outlook now that we are fully out of the pandemic. However, the recent geopolitical ongoing events have inserted a strong measure of supply and cost uncertainty. So even though when the economic environment is stable, what we see in terms of cost increase trend in what the water utility sector as a whole experiences annual cost inflation that runs consistently higher than the overall consumer price index, or CPI. This chart here tells a story of the historical trend of annual O&M inflationary trend. So you can kind of see that the water and sewer tend to run higher than the overall CPI for annual inflation. So in summary, given the three categories of cost drivers, infrastructure investment needs, cost of regulatory compliance, and cost of operations and maintenance, our utility needs to build and maintain financial resilience as our mission-critical services depend on our financial resilience. So I'm going to turn it over now to our Black & Veatch team to kind of walk through our next 6-year financial forecast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director O. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, honorable council members, and good evening, members of the public and the city team. My name is Rupa Jha, and Director Chris O presented the overall picture of the utility, and now I'll be diving into some of the details, the building blocks of the financial plan, and then turn it over to Ms. Kumar. So next slide, please. We'll talk about the two main building blocks of the financial plan, which are the revenue requirements and the revenue projections. The revenue requirements are mostly on the expense side or the cost side. So we'll talk about the 6 years financial plan 2027 to 2032 revenue requirements. Next slide, please. So this slide represents some of the major cost drivers, as Director O pointed out in the previous slide. The first number that you see on the left is the $412 million in the infrastructure rehabilitation capital program costs. We saw that the water costs were about $265 million. That's about 2/3 of the total CIP, and then the wastewater was about 1/3 or $147 million. So the $412 million represents that. And on the on the right side, we have the other big cost driver, which is the operations and maintenance cost, and that cost is escalating at an average of 3.2%. As we noticed on the previous slide, the water sewer maintenance CPI is running higher than the average all item CPI. So this is somewhere in between. So Public Works is doing a good job of controlling the costs as much as they can. The third item that you see on the left side, the support and customer assistance, that has both a revenue component as well as the cost component. The discount that is offered to the elderly and disabled customers leads to a reduction in revenue because those customers pay lower rates. And then the 2.1 million over 6 years, so there's an average annual of 350,000 budgeted for assistance program for customers who need that assistance. So that's on the expense side. And the last cost driver in this slide is the rate stabilization reserve. So this rate stabilization reserve is an important component in that it prevents the spikes or dips in rates, and it helps the utility manage the rate increases by withdrawing or adding, depositing, withdrawing in the years that the costs came in higher and depositing in the years that the costs came in a little lower so that we don't see the volatility in the rates. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the cost of infrastructure replacement or the capital improvement program, this chart shows the distribution over the 6-year period for annual costs. And pretty much you can see in 27 and 28, the water and wastewater CIP is sort of evenly split. But as we go into 2029 through 2031, as Director O mentioned, that is the PFAS compliance timeline, and the water CIP costs are trending higher compared to sewer in those years because of the needs at the treatment plant for upgrades due to PFAS. And then in overall, the costs in 2032 are then coming back again to more and evenly split. Next slide, please. So we talked about the capital programs. This slide represents the financing plan, and we would like to emphasize that Public Works and the Water Department works very hard to secure low-cost state revolving fund loans, and these loans typically have lower interest rate compared to the bonds that we find in the open market. And interestingly, the state of Delaware has, for the past few years, deferred the interest payment during construction of the projects. So anyway, the principal for these state revolving fund loans would start only after the construction was complete. But in the last few years, the state has instituted a policy where they are also deferring the interest. So that results in more economic efficiency for the borrowing costs. And also the state revolving funds come with principal forgiveness, especially in the lead service line area. There has been a significant amount of principal forgiveness. And in the previous presentation, Director O mentioned there is almost $100 million in principal forgiveness. So this 51.5 is a subset of that $100 million. It is just reflecting the principal forgiveness in the 6-year plan, but the city in the past and in the future has a significant amount of principal forgiveness, which is lowering the cost for borrowing and helping with the rates as well. There's a small portion from grants, and it is very hard to go out and get grants. It's a very competitive industry, but still the city tries its best to go and get grants. Cash financing is another component, which is we are using cash financing because it's not good to have too much debt. The utility is highly leveraged, but the cash financing is being used in future years in the plan, more in the latter half of the plan, so that there's not immediate rate pressure on the customers. Next slide, please. So this slide again reemphasizes the point of how the city is leveraging the low-cost borrowing. And you can see 86% of the financing is from state revolving fund loans or the principal forgiveness that's associated with those state revolving fund loans. And then the next biggest components are the general obligation bonds and the cash financing, and then a small component of it is the grants. So again, we are trying, most Bell-run utilities do at least 20% cash financing, but we understand with the rate pressures in the city and the intention to mitigate rate increases for the customers, we are just doing 7% cash financing in this financial plan. And we do want to point out that so far the SRF loan and the state has been able to give principal forgiveness in many cases, but all that is subject to availability in the future. But this is the scenario as this is based on the information that we have right now. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the funding sources for the capital improvement plan, any borrowing that's taken has to be paid back. So this chart presents the debt service, and the debt service is associated with the state revolving fund loans as well as the general obligation bonds. And as you can see in the dark blue, we have the existing debt service, and in the lighter blue, we have the proposed debt service. So the total debt service for 2026 is 23.2 million. Majority of it is the existing debt service, 22 million, and there is a very small amount of proposed debt service because proposed debt service is more into the future, and that total debt service grows from 23.2 to 33.8 million by 2032, and it's because of all these projects and capital investments that the city is making, that the utility is making. There is borrowing associated with that, and that once the projects get completed, the principal and interest payments have to start. We want to point out that there is between 29 and 2030, you'll notice there's some drops in debt service, and that's because some of the state revolving fund loans and one of the geo bonds get paid off. But then as existing debt gets paid off, new debt is added based on the borrowing that's done for the capital improvement program. Next slide, please. So another big component of the cost, which is the biggest component, is the operations and maintenance cost. The operations and maintenance cost so the blue shows the water portion of the cost, the brown is like the sewer, and then the green is stormwater. So all these three utilities, water and sewer is fairly even split. All the three utilities are increasing their O&M expenses at a steady pace. But as we mentioned earlier, it's lower than what the industry average for water sewer maintenance is. So Public Works is doing as much as it can to keep the costs in check. So the O&M cost for 2027 is based on the proposed budget that was presented earlier to the council, and we are using that proposed budget to project the future operations and maintenance costs based on the various escalation factors that we discussed with the city. So we discussed the escalation factors by categories like salaries and benefits, chemicals, and all contracted maintenance. So all that is based on what the city is experiencing and based on the available information and contracts they have in place. Next slide, please. So we talked about expenses building blocks, and now we'll briefly talk about the revenues that are needed to fund these expenses. Next slide, please. So, as you all know, Water Sewer Fund is an enterprise fund. So it gets, the revenues of the Water Sewer Fund are only coming from the water sewer related activities. And similarly, the expenses are only for water sewer related activities. The major sources of the water sewer revenue are the retail revenues, which is from services provided to customers, the water service, the sewer service, and the stormwater service. The water charge is based on two components: facilities charge, which is the fixed portion. It doesn't change from month to month. It's based on the customer's meter size and their customer class. And then the usage charge, which is the variable charge or the volumetric charge, which varies from month to month based on how much water they consume. Then the sewer charge is based on a proportion of the total water charge, so that's the percentage. And then the stormwater charge, which is based on the impervious area for the property. The second biggest component of the Water Sewer Fund revenue is the Newcastle County treatment services revenue. And Newcastle County is allocated a portion of the wastewater treatment plant and 11th Street pumping station costs, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. And then lastly, the third portion, which is a smallest portion, is the miscellaneous revenues, and those are the biggest portion of that is the cellular antenna rentals and permit fees, penalties, and interest, those kinds of items. Next slide, please. So this table presents the building blocks of the water revenues. As we talked earlier, lines 1, 2, and 3, the retail revenues are the biggest component. And we have shown here water utility fiscal year 2026 projected revenue. So fiscal year 2026 is still not over, so the revenues are still projected. And this information is based on the fiscal year 2026 first half data. So we work with OMB and Public Works to look at the revenues, expenses for the first half, and it's adjusted and aligned based on that information. Then in 2027, we have a little bit higher revenues because of the, we have an adjustment for customer delinquencies, so that number changed a little bit between 27 and 28, and then 2030 through 2032, you'll notice that it's a slightly higher because of that collection factor or delinquency rate. But I'd like to emphasize that this is just based on that adjustment because we are not projecting any growth in the number of accounts or usage, water usage. Then sewer utility follows a similar pattern because sewer is just a portion of the water revenues. And then stormwater utilities, based on the existing number of billable stormwater units and the existing fiscal year 2026 rates, we are projecting about 9.6 million in stormwater, and that also adjusts, all the retail revenues are adjusted for customer delinquency. One thing I would like to point out is that the current sewer factor is 0.7315, but the 2027, we are projecting the sewer factor to be at 0.74, and this was based on the analysis that we did on the expenses side. That sewer factor needed to be 0.74. So the revenues in sewer, there's a little bit of uptick because of that. So line 4 shows the total retail revenues to grow from 72 or 73 million in 2026 to about 73.7 million, but that is based on existing rates. We haven't, this is if there were no rate increases, this is what the revenues would look like. The line 5, which shows the wholesale wastewater treatment revenue, that includes both the operating and maintenance cost at the treatment plant, as well as the capital cost at the treatment plant for all of the infrastructure that's that's renewed and replaced at the treatment plant. So this is Newcastle County's portion of those costs. And it also includes any growth or escalation in costs that is provided by the city's contract operator, as well as the debt service or capital cost associated with the future capital projects that are planned at the treatment plant or the 11th Street pump station. So you will notice that it is growing from 22.7 projected in 2026 to about 31.4, and it is because of the escalation in both O&M costs and the debt service associated with the capital costs. And lastly, the miscellaneous revenues we have projected to be stable at or steady at roughly around $3 million. And this is based on not only the historical 3 to 5 year averages, but also for future, we do discuss with Public Works and Finance if they have any one-time revenues, if they're expecting that in miscellaneous or any growth, then we account for that, but it's not the case this time, so we are accounting for it at $3 million throughout the study period. So line 7 are the revenues that are typically seen every year in the water utility, water sewer fund, and that line includes the retail revenues, the wholesale wastewater treatment revenues, and miscellaneous revenues. And that revenue is projected to grow from $98.5 million in 2026 to about $108 million by 2032, which is the end of the study period. Line 8, which says one-time additional revenues, is essentially this, as Director O mentioned earlier, city has been a participant in some of the legal action against the polluters that have been putting PFAS into the water system. So this was city's share of, or water sewer fund's share of the litigation settlement that is being paid by those polluters. So adding those revenues, the fiscal year 2026 revenues are about $103 million. But as you see in the out years, that settlement amount is not projected to be that high. So the 2032 revenues are projected to be around $108.3 million by then.
Ms. Bass Knight needs a point of clarification.
Yes, please.
Yes, Rupa, if you can, on item number 5, because all these items is pertaining to revenue, and you had mentioned with item number 5, the wholesale wastewater treatment, you mentioned something about expenditures, but that 22.7, is that what Newcastle County pays us, or can you just share a little bit more about what that item is?
Yes, ma'am. So the 22.7 million is the amount that is budgeted. And it is, you're right, the total cost for operating the wastewater treatment plant is much higher, and that is 80% of the operating cost, and the 66.67% of the capital cost are paid by Newcastle County. So that is just Newcastle County's portion. And the total cost is also on the O&M side. So that number is higher, and we do a calculation based on the agreement with Newcastle County, and that is the budget that was provided to them in fiscal year 2026.
Thank you.
So, next slide, please. I think at this point, I'll turn over to my colleague, Ms. Prabha Kumar, to, we talked about the building blocks and now how the financial plan comes together. Ms. Kumar will take us through the next few slides.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable council members and city staff. We will continue the discussion on the financial plan findings. So Rupa discussed the building blocks, which is the projection of revenue requirements for the 6-year period and the projection of revenues if we did not have any rate increase. So that's what she discussed. So now what we're going to do is to bring the two together, bring the revenue projections and the revenue requirement projections, and then discuss what does it really mean.
I have one quick question. Is there any, as you're going through this, I know that you met with the council members. Are there any major differences from the time that we met then versus now?
Good question. So up to this point, what we presented is actually what we had discussed with the council members before during the briefing, except for one difference. When we discussed the operations and maintenance expenditures, at that time, the projection was based on the 2026 budget, because that's what we had at that time. But after we finished the council briefing, the city was able to give us the 2027 budget. So now in this financial plan, all the operations and maintenance costs are projected for 28 through 32 based on the 27 budget. So that's the only difference. But on the capital side, there's no difference. So whatever Rupa discussed in terms of the total capital costs, the financing of the capital program, there's no change in that. And similarly, there's no change in the projection of revenues between what we had presented to the council during the briefing and what we are having here. So the only change is really on the operations and maintenance cost projection.
Okay.
And so what we are going to be discussing today is how do we bring it together and what does it mean in terms of the rate increases. So that was, we had not reached that point when we presented to the council briefing, but today we'll be now talking in the next few slides about what does it mean for rate increases.
Okay, thank you.
So this is something we had walked the council through, the how do we do it? What does it mean to do a financial plan? It really means bringing in the revenue projections, which is the cash in, and then matching it against the revenue requirements that Rupa walked through, which is the O&M, the debt service, the cash financing of capital. But in addition to that, there's also reserve requirement by ordinance that the water sewer fund has to meet. And in addition, we are also trying to have a rate stabilization reserve for building resilience. So all of those components comprise the revenue requirements. So when we bring the revenue projections under existing rates, and when we say existing, which is the fiscal year 2026 rates, and compare it with the revenue requirements that we are projecting for 27 through 32, then that tells us, is there any adjustment needed? Is there any gap? The revenues that we are bringing in, is it going to be sufficient to meet all the revenue requirements? And that's what tells us the series of revenue adjustments that we need. And also, it's not only meeting those requirements, but then we have to meet the 17% O&M reserve balance and also have a modest balance in the rate stabilization reserve. So that's what we're going to see in the next slide. So before we dive into the financial plan findings, we also look at what is available, what's the available funding at the beginning of fiscal 26. So in the capital funds, the utility reported having $4.5 million available, and that money is available from the prior issuance of the bonds. So they had that much money available for future use, so we considered that. And then also in the O&M reserve, because the utility consistently strives to maintain that 17% of operating reserve, that equates to $13.6 million that was available at the beginning of fiscal year 26. So that's also accounted for in the financial plan. And lastly, the utility also reported that they have about $4.7 million in the rate stabilization reserve. So all those three fund balances that are already available are taken into account when we do the financial plan for the next 6 years. Okay. Next slide, please. So now we are going to look at what does it mean to bring the revenues and the revenue requirements. So when we looked at the revenue under the existing rates and the revenue requirements that we are projecting for 27 through 32, there was a gap. So we're going to walk through that. So what we are showing in line 1 is a level of water and sewer revenue adjustment that is needed so that the revenues can meet the revenue requirements. So that shows basically a 9.95% increase is what the administration is recommending in 2027, followed by a 9.5% increase in 28, and then you can see the series of increases become much more modest beginning 29 through 32. So the heavy lifting is really in fiscal 27 and in fiscal 28 because that's where the revenue gap is. That's on the water sewer. On the stormwater, in 2027, there is a gap that needs to be fulfilled, and that requires a 9.95% as well on the stormwater side. But in 28, the revenue increase can be brought down to 5.25 and then followed by a couple of 5% and then 3.5% increases. So that's what the analysis is showing in terms of the revenue gap that needs to be fulfilled by these levels of increases. So what does that mean in terms of actual dollars? So with those series of increases, if those series of increases are provided at this point in time, then the estimated revenues is shown in line 3. So with a 9.95% increase in water and a 9.95% increase in sewer, in stormwater, then the expected revenue is $106 million. That $106 million accounts for customer delinquency, because what the utility bills is not what the utility collects, because there is customer delinquency, and at this point in time in 2027, the customer delinquency is estimated about 5.5%. What it means is, whatever the utility bills, 5.5% of that billing amount does not come back to the utility because of customers' non-payment, which means those customers who are paying have to make up for it. So that is accounted for in the $106 million that we are reflecting. And so now let's just walk through the column to say, okay, how is that? Why do we need $106 million? For that $106 million, $83 million goes away in operations and maintenance expenditures, because that's the projected cost for O&M. So if you take away the $83.1 million, that's one expenditure. The next expenditure the utility has to fund is $23.8 million of debt service. That includes the existing, majority of the $23.8 million is actually existing debt service that the utility has already incurred, which the utility has to pay. And there's a small portion of future debt service that my colleague Rupa showed in the previous slide. So that's a second major expenditure. So if you add up the 83.1 and the 23.8, those two are the key expenditures that the revenue has to fulfill. When you look at line 6, where you take the $106 million, and then you subtract the $83.1 million, which has to be paid for O&M, and you subtract the 23.8, which has to be paid for debt service, what we are finding, the $106 million is actually not enough. We are actually coming up with a $900,000 deficit. Even with a 9.95% increase in water sewer and a 9.95% increase in stormwater, what the analysis is showing, in fiscal 2027, the current revenues, what we call the current revenues, the $106 million, is not enough to meet your 100% of your O&M expenditure and your 100% of the debt service, and there's a $900,000 deficit. Okay, we'll talk about then how are we going to manage that deficit. Then we come on to line 7. So in line 7, we have $14.2 million of beginning year operating balance, because what we are expecting at the end of 2026 is that when we look at the revenues and the expenditures and everything, we are expecting a balance of $14.2 million, which then carries into 2027. So we have $14.2 million of balance in 2027. And to that, we are expecting a small infusion of one-time revenue, and that is coming from the PFAS settlement.
Okay.
So you can see in line 8 that one-time revenue is all PFAS settlement. A big chunk of the PFAS settlement is actually coming in fiscal 26. A lot of it the utilities already received. Most of the $4.5 million the utilities already received in 2026. But then in 2027 through 32, a small portion of that settlement is going to still trickle in, $300,000 in 27, $400,000 in 28, and so on. So that infusion is very timely. So then when you add that infusion, but we still have the deficit of $900,000. So how are we managing that? We are managing the deficit by withdrawing $1 million from the rate stabilization reserve. So if you look at line 9, that is why we are withdrawing $1 million, because the current revenues are not enough to pay the O&M and debt service. That $900,000 we are fulfilling by withdrawing $1 million from the available balance in the rate stabilization reserve. It's not an ideal situation, but that's what we are looking at right now in fiscal 27. And then, so then when you take all of that, so once you take that $14.2 million and the $300,000 one-time revenues, and then we are withdrawing from the rate stabilization reserve $1 million, when you put all of that together, after meeting all the expenditures, what we are saying is in line 10, there'll be $14.6 million of money that is available as a balance. And that $14.6 million is just enough to meet the 17% O&M reserve requirement, which I will show in the next slide. But as you can see here, that 14.6 is just enough to meet the 17% requirement. It doesn't even allow any money for cash financing of capital. So that's why in line 11, you see $0, because we don't have any money in 2027 to do cash financing of capital, even with that 9.95% water sewer increase and a 9.95% stormwater increase. So that increase, so then the question is, why are we why is the administration recommending a 9.95%? Again, it's only because of the rate pressure. We had actually done an analysis to say, what will the utility actually need if you don't have a deficit? Because you really shouldn't be doing a financial plan that leads to a deficit, right? Your revenues need to meet your O&M expenditures. Your revenues need to meet your debt service. So if you really look at what is actually needed to meet that O&M and debt service, it is actually a 11.6% rate increase. But because of the rate pressure and mitigating the bill impact, the administration feels at this point in time that they can live with a $900,000 deficit because there is money in the rate stabilization reserve, so we can draw $1 million from that and manage it that way. But if you do that now, subsequently you have to build back the rate stabilization reserve. We can take it out in 27, but we cannot be endlessly taking money out because then it will get depleted. So what we are going to see now in 2028, that's why we need another 9.5% increase, okay? So, but in stormwater, based on our analysis, we need only a 5.25% increase. And that will then generate a revenue of $115.6 million. That is sufficient to cover the O&M expenditure that year of 84.5 and the debt service of 27.3. And that year you can see we are building a balance of 3.8. Instead of being in a deficit situation, we are bringing it into a positive where we have $3.8 million balance. And then when you add the other balances from the prior year, what we are finding is we can actually now deposit $3.6 million into the rate stabilization reserve. Remember, the prior year you're withdrawing it, but now in 28 we can actually put money back so that we can build up the rate stabilization reserve. We had explained extensively to the council during the council briefing that at one point the rate stabilization reserve years ago had $14 million. By constantly withdrawing from the rate stabilization over the last 4 or 5 years, we have actually depleted the rate stabilization significantly. So now we are looking at a time frame where now the utility really has to build that back. So that's what we are trying to do during the study period. We are trying to build back the rate stabilization to a reasonable level. Again, we cannot build it ever back to the 14 million. You'll see in the next slide, we are building it back to just 5 million by the end of the study period. So that is why we are doing a deposit of 3.6 million into the rate stabilization reserve in 28 that you see in row 9. But even when we deposit in 28, in 29 and 30, based on the increases that we have shown, what we are finding, we still have to withdraw money from the rate stabilization. So the rate stabilization, as Rupa had explained before, is basically a mechanism where at a certain time you're able to put money in, and then when the costs go up, you're able to withdraw money so that you can keep the rate increases in a more steady state rather than just going up and down, up and down. You can see once we have the initial heavy lift in 27 and 28, starting in 29 through 32, we are able to have modest levels of rate increases so that customers are not continuously facing significant rate increases. So that's the projection. And other thing we want to point out, so before we go on, so this is a pattern we do every year, and we do a 6-year forecast, and you can see the cash flow, how it works. But there's one thing I really want to point out before we go on, is to look at fiscal 26. We don't want to ignore that. Fiscal 26 is the year we are in, and pretty much in June, the fiscal year is going to come to an end. We need to consider what's happened in fiscal 26. In fiscal 26, with the council approval, there was a 5.5% rate increase in water sewer that was approved, and a 6% rate increase was approved for stormwater. And that brought in we are expecting a revenue of $98.5 million with those rate increases. And that $98.5 million, well, that is the revenue increase, revenue projection. The expenditure is $79.9 million in O&M and $23.2 million in debt service. So that $98.5 million is not even enough to cover the O&M or the debt service, and it leaves a $4.6 million deficit at the end of this fiscal year. So at the end of June this year, we are expecting the water sewer fund to have a $4.6 million deficit from the current revenues. When we say current revenues, from that 98.5. So the 98.5 is actually not even enough to meet the O&M and debt service. So then how do you manage the 4.6 deficit? It's not like the water sewer utility is asking money from the general fund. That 4.6 is going to get managed in 2026 out of sheer luck. The sheer luck is that $4.5 million came from PFAS settlement. And that 4.5 million came in at a very, very timely manner that is fully offsetting, almost completely offsetting the 4.6 million, and then we are drawing a little bit from the rate stabilization reserve. Had that 4.5 million PFAS settlement not come in this year, we didn't even have that much money. Then pretty much the entire rate stabilization reserve would have been depleted. So because we started in the previous slide, I said at the beginning of 26, we had a rate stabilization reserve of 4.6 million. That's all there is in the rate stabilization reserve. And the deficit is 4.6. So if the PFAS settlement did not come in, the rate stabilization reserve would have become zero. And that would have not been a good thing at all for the utility. It would have been a huge lift in the subsequent years. So that 4.5 million is very timely. The reason I'm pointing that out is we can do a financial plan for a utility of Wilmington size depending on some kind of a lucky settlement, right? We have to do a financial plan based on what the utility really needs, standing on its own self-sufficiency. This settlement is a one-time thing that happened, but we cannot rely on that as a source of income. So that's why I want to point out why in the subsequent years we have to have an appropriate rate increase so that we can build back the rate stabilization reserve and there is no more deficit operations. So if you look at really line 6, starting in 28, we are setting the financial plan in such a way that the utility will not have this kind of a deficit that we are seeing in 26 and the deficit we are going to see in 27.
Chair, just a
Sure, it's past night.
Yes, thanks. Just a clarification, and I apologize because I didn't bring the PowerPoint with me from last year. But last year, when you presented the fiscal year 26, was the one-time revenues in there for 4.5 million from PFAS, or did that occur after you did the presentation to council?
It occurred after.
Okay. All right. So okay. So all of that was, hypothetical too. So all of that changed as well. Meaning, I guess at the time when council did that 4.5 million was unknown as far as the PFAS settlement.
That is correct. I think I understand what you're
Yes.
alluding to. So if the question is last year when we presented to the council and asked for the rate increase, did we show a 4.6 million deficit? No, actually
Right.
not.
Okay.
But what we asked the council was not a 5.5% increase. We actually asked the council for a 6.5% increase. So when we came to the council last year at this same time, and when we asked the council for a rate increase, we asked for a 6.5% increase in water sewer, and we asked for a 6% increase in stormwater. But what was approved by the council was 5.5% in water sewer and a 6% in stormwater. So that's one aspect. The second aspect was when we presented to the council last year, we were expecting actually a higher revenue receipt than what actually is happening. We did not have an estimate of a 5.5% delinquency. We had a lower level of delinquency that we have projected, but the actual delinquency that's happening in fiscal 26 is actually higher than what we thought. So that has also played a second factor. And then there's a third factor that has come into play. When we projected last year at this time for fiscal 26, we were using the projection based on fiscal 24 consumption. But now, then what happened, and when we are in 26, what we are finding, the fiscal 25 consumption was actually lower than fiscal 24. And the fiscal 26 consumption, therefore, is at a fiscal 25 level. So the consumption also came down more than what we thought would happen. So the combination of consumption coming down more than what was actually expected, the council approval being 1% less than what was requested, and the delinquency being higher than what we expected, it became a perfect storm. All those three things kind of combining together has led to a $4.6 million deficit at this point in time.
Okay. Wow. And Chair, just one other thing too is, when we look at the rate stabilization reserve, as of June 30th, so the balance in there is 9.7. Do you ever chart out the amounts? Well, you have it the amounts that's been drawn out, but so that council knows as it's making its decision, the impact that it's going to be. for the balance on the rate stabilization reserve.
Correct, I'm going to actually show that
Okay.
in the next
wait.
slide.
All right, thanks.
So if we go to the next slide, so now this really answers the question. So we can see here the O&M reserve is, so we are first going to talk about the O&M reserve balance, and then we'll come to the rate stabilization reserve balance. So the O&M reserve balance really projected at the end of for fiscal 26 is 14.19 million, and the target is 14.13, so we are meeting the target. So what the slide is showing is, with the financial plan that we just presented in the previous slide, the utility will continue to maintain that 17% O&M reserve requirement. So that is not impacted. Again, provided the utility gets the 9.95% increase in water sewer and a 9.95 in stormwater in 2027 and beyond. So if those increases happen, then the 17%, the utility will be consistently be able to meet the 17% O&M reserve requirement, which is an ordinance requirement. So that's what we are showing here. Going to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. So now we look at the rate stabilization reserve. In the rate stabilization reserve, at the beginning of 2026, based on what finance has reported, we are expecting a $4.7 million balance in the rate stabilization reserve beginning of fiscal 26. And from that $4.7 million, in 2026, we are expecting to withdraw about $600,000. And that will leave the rate stabilization reserve at the end of fiscal 26 at $4 million. And then you can see in 2027, from that, essentially from that $4 million, we are withdrawing $1 million, because even at a 9.95% rate increase, I showed you that there's a $900,000 deficit. So that is being offset by withdrawing $1 million. Therefore, at the end of 27, the rate stabilization reserve will come down to $3 million. And then in 28, we are actually putting money back into the rate stabilization. So we are putting $3.6 million back into the rate stabilization so that we can build it back up to $6.6 million. So anything that is negative is actually a withdrawal from the rate stabilization reserve in line number 2. Anything that is a positive number is money that we are putting back into the rate stabilization reserve. So there are only 2 years where we are actually putting money back into the rate stabilization. One is in fiscal 28. We are based on the analysis, we are able to put $3.6 million into the rate stabilization so that we can build it up to 6.6. But then in 29 and 30, depending on how the cost and the revenue projections we have to do some modest withdrawals from the rate stabilization. And then in 2031, we are able to put back about $100,000. So finally, when you come to 2032, we have to do another major withdrawal of about $800,000. So this is again to balance the level of rate increases that we decide. And finance, in conjunction with Public Works, made a decision when we were doing the financial plan that they are comfortable keeping the rate stabilization reserve at about $5 million. So that's why we are showing this. So they were comfortable that as long as the rate stabilization reserve every year had about $5 million or so, they were okay with drawing money or putting money into the rate stabilization. So that's why you see a consistent pattern of about just over $5 million each year in the rate stabilization reserve.
Okay. I saved my question.
Okay. So those are the 2 reserves the financial plan basically will help achieve. So moving on to the next slide. So as you can see, with this financial plan that we are projecting, the utility will be able to meet the 17% O&M reserve requirement. And the next important financial performance metric is what we call the debt coverage ratio. And we've explained to you before, and again, just to recap what a debt coverage ratio is. The revenues that you generate in a current year, that revenue should be equal to meeting the operations cost. And after you meet the operations cost, it should be adequate money should be available to meet the debt service. Not only meet the debt service, but actually adequate money should be available to meet something more than the debt service. But in 2027, as you can see, even with the 9.95% increase, while the revenues are enough to meet the O&M cost, the revenues are not enough to meet the debt service. And that is why the coverage is only 0.98. But in the subsequent year, with some additional revenue increase, we are able to then adjust it and start having adequate revenues so that the coverage can go up above 1.1. The industry best practice is to have at least 1.2, meaning you get your current revenues, you pay off your operating expenses, the remaining money should be adequate to pay 1.2 times the debt. So that industry best practice is what we are aiming for. So this financial plan projection will help achieve that 1.2 metric over the 6-year period. And in the first 3 years, especially in the first 2 years, 27 and 28, there's no money to do cash financing. So that cash finance capital in line 4 is 0. But after that, we are able to generate enough with those modest increases that I showed you. The utility will then be able to do minimum levels of cash financing so that you're not completely borrowing everything. You'll be able to do about 10% of cash financing in 29 and 30, slightly less than 31, but then in 32, it shows as though you could do 20% cash financing. The important thing about 32 is that the CIP that we have, the capital improvement program that we have in 32, is what the utility knows at this time. But as they do more and more studies on asset management and everything, we expect that the 32 CIP probably will go higher than what we are projecting in this study. Okay? So going on to the next slide. So what does this all mean? Really, the important question that you all have is what does it do to the rates? When you ask for a 9.95% increase in water and a 9.95% increase in stormwater, what does it mean for monthly bill? So that's what we're going to talk next. Next slide, please. So what it is really showing is basically if you look for the inside city, you can see in the last column, the first column shows what's the monthly bill for a typical 5/8-inch meter, which is a residential customer. And the typical residential customer in Wilmington uses 4,000 gallons of water per month. So when you take that typical profile of a residential customer, and then when you calculate what the monthly bill is, under the existing, the customer pays $40.55 for water, $29.66 for sewer, and $5.90 for stormwater. And so the total bill currently for that customer is $76.11. Under the proposed, that would go up to $84.06. So therefore, that customer will see a $7.95 increase in the total monthly bill. If a 9.95% water sewer and a 9.95 stormwater rate increases are approved, the customer will see a $7.95 increase per month in the water bill. This is for the inside city customer. For the outside city customer, because Wilmington does not provide sewer service or stormwater service to outside city customer, the only service Wilmington provides is water. The outside city customer will see a $6.45 increase in their monthly bill for the water portion of the monthly bill. The sewer service is provided by Newcastle County, so we don't take that into account. Going on to the next slide. So again, this is a question that always comes up. When a customer is asked to pay more for water and sewer rates, really the question is, where does their money go? So for every dollar that the customer pays in Wilmington, 68 cents of the dollar goes towards operations and maintenance cost, 20 cents goes towards infrastructure rehabilitation, which is a capital investment in the form of debt service in 27. 12 cents really goes to the reserve, and really nothing towards cash financing, because in 27 and 28, we are not projecting any cash financing, so nothing goes to cash financing. So that's the breakdown of a dollar. So again, majority of the cost goes towards the operations and maintenance, and then 1/3 of that goes to infrastructure rehabilitation. Next slide, please. So in terms of comparing a typical monthly cost for a typical household, so under this proposed increase in 27 that we talked about, the 9.95% water sewer and a 9.95 for stormwater, the total water bill for a typical household customer is going to be $84. The total water, sewer, stormwater, all three put together. When you compare that with an electric or gas or cable, you can clearly see the difference that water sewer is still, again, it's not that we are not saying that the water sewer is much cheaper. We are just saying the fact that the water sewer relative to all the other utilities for a typical Wilmington customer, water sewer is still much lower. In terms of gallon, the real translation is when you talk about a value of water, what does it cost a customer to have a gallon of water? a gallon of water in Wilmington is 1 cent. Literally a gallon of water sometimes that people go buy in stores, it's 1 cent if they are using the Wilmington tap water. But if they do go buy it in a shop, it's going to be at least $1.50 a gallon of water. So even with all these increases that we talk about, a gallon of water is still very economical in terms of the cost, and we will see that when we compare with other utilities. So what does it cost a daily household to have a water sewer service? It costs a typical Wilmington household $2.81 to have the 24/7 water service that they get and the 24/7 sewer service that they have. So that's what it costs on a daily basis for a Wilmington household of 4 people. That's really what it costs. Moving on to the next.
Did you say a household of 4 people?
Yeah, typically when we talk about a Wilmington household, we are assuming a Wilmington household of four members.
Okay, thank you.
Going to the next slide. So when we compare this, again, when we talk about cost, Wilmington doesn't operate in a vacuum. It is surrounded by other utilities. It is really operating in the industry sector. So we do try to look at how competitive is Wilmington's water relative to other utilities in the neighboring area. So if you look at the inside city, under the proposed increase in 2027, Wilmington's water, sewer, stormwater all put together will be $84. And if you compare that with, for example, Newark, Delaware, which is right outside the city, if you compare with them, Newark's cost is $90.38. Newark also has a stormwater utility, so they also have water, sewer, and stormwater. So all 3 put together in Newark, it will be $90.38. So Wilmington is still lower than Newark. And then if you look at Veolia Water, which is an investor-owned utility, Veolia Water provides the water service for customers outside the city. Their cost will be $91.12. And then Wilmington outside, they do pay higher than the Wilmington inside, because Wilmington outside city customers, there's a differential in rate, so their cost is $96. And when you compare Wilmington inside and outside with other utilities like Philadelphia Water Department, which is also a public utility, Philadelphia's water is $108, water, sewer, stormwater, all 3 put together, and then you can see Baltimore, and then Radnor in Pennsylvania and Media. So there is a range of utilities here of different sizes, of course, but you can see Wilmington continues to stay competitive. Every year after year, we have shown this slide with the level of rate increases because other utilities also have rate increases. So when we put all this together, Wilmington continues to be competitive, even though we do need the rate increases for all the revenue requirements that the utility has to meet. Next slide.
I have a quick question. Yes. I don't want to lose my thought. So if our delinquency wasn't the amount that it is today, what difference would it make of this 8406, like roughly an estimate?
I can't give an exact dollar, but I can tell you it would be slightly less than 84. So because, for example, any utility that bills is never going to collect 100% of what they bill. That's not realistic. There will be always some level of delinquency. But with a 5.5% delinquency, what it does is we are able to generate only $106 million. But if, let's say, the 5.5% delinquency is not 5.5%, let's say it comes down to 3.5%, a 2% decrease, then correspondingly that $106 million would have gone up. One, you wouldn't have the deficit that we are projecting. And so instead of a 9.95% increase, probably you could have a slightly lower increase. And therefore, the $84 would be slightly lower. So the reality of the question that you're asking is, if one group of customers do not pay what they have to be paying, then other group of customers have to pay more to offset that. That's really what that $84 is reflecting.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So in summary, based on what we have talked about, really looking ahead, while this financial plan, it's not an extremely extravagant plan in the sense that we are trying to still achieve only the 60 days, which is a minimum industry best practice. The real industry best practice for the O&M reserve is actually 90 days and even 120 days. Over the last decade, we are still trying to stay at the 60 days of O&M reserve. And the rate stabilization reserve, which is a very integral part, you can see without the rate stabilization reserve, we wouldn't have had the ability to withdraw money. So the rate stabilization acts as another tool for resilience. And that, based on Public Works and Finance's decision, they are trying to achieve only about $5 million in the rate stabilization reserve. With all of those factors coming into play, what we are essentially showing a financial plan that is critical for economic development. It's critical for really protecting the waterways, and it's critical for public health and safety. Director O talked extensively about the lead and copper and the PFAS regulatory requirements. All of that goes towards delivering a reliable, high-quality drinking water, and ultimately the community's vibrancy depends on water and sewer services and stormwater management. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I know this presentation, Council, we have heard it before, and so just hearing it again just reinforces the information that you previously had shared with the Council, so thank you. At this time, I'm going to, Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some questions. I have heard the presentation before, but I'm still confused about a couple of things. So I really appreciate it.
Can you speak into your microphone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have heard this presentation before, but I still do have some questions, so I appreciate the opportunity to ask Black and Beach. So one of the questions I have is, I don't get how these different things tie together, because I'm looking at the audited financial report for 2025, and then I'm looking at the beginning of the year 2026 fund balances. And the audited financial report says there's 16 million in the O&M reserve, and then this paper right here says there's 13.6 million. And then the audited financial statements say there's 9.7 million in the rate stabilization reserve, but then this page that you gave us says that there's 4.7 million in the rate stabilization reserve. Could you help me understand why those numbers are different?
So the audited financial report is done on what we call an accrual basis. So even though the money may not have come in, if the money is a receivable, the audited financial report will assume it is a receivable, that money is going to come in. When we do the financial plan, we can only look at what money has actually come in and what is actually expected to come in as a receipt. So money that is not coming in, if money has not come in, then that money is not available to pay anything. So the utility operates on, when they have an invoice, they have to pay the invoice. So we do everything on a cash basis. That is why I showed a slide that explained that it is a cash in. What is a cash that is coming into the utility? That is what we call revenue receipts. And what is the cash that is going out when the utility actually pays all the vendors? So the audited report is done for government accounting purposes called the GASB, and it's done on an accrual basis, whereas everything that we have to do for a utility, when we are doing rate setting for a public utility, it has to be done on a cash basis. So there is a difference in that.
Madam Chair, I had just a brief follow-up.
Yes.
And so the difference, would that be like basically the difference between cash and accounts receivable? So the accounts, everything like between 16 and 13 is accounts receivable?
So the 13 million that we show in the operating reserve is just the operating reserve of what we show as the operating reserve 17%. Whereas in the audited report, they combine the operating reserve and the rate stabilization reserve, and they put it all together as a reserve, whereas we break it into two components. So finance provides us the information. When we do the study, we ask finance, what is the total cash that is available? So based on that reporting, we take 17, so whatever they report as cash, we first take 17% and put it as operating reserve because that's required. Then the remaining goes into the rate stabilization reserve. So that's how we showed the 13 million for the operating reserve and the 4.6 million for the rate stabilization reserve.
I had one follow-up. So this is something I really don't understand. In the form, in the paper that on the slide where you're talking about the proposed financial review, the plan and expenses, there's always this number in here for debt service. So for 2026, the debt service is 23.2. And then it was the same, like in FY 2025, when you presented this last year, I think it was 23.2 as well. So that debt service is 23.2 cash, like you have to pay that out, principal and interest.
Correct.
I'm looking at the budget, and like, let's look at 2025, because the budget has the actuals for 2025. And the actuals for 2025 in the budget say debt service is 4.4 million. And then the actuals in the budget say other, which I think is depreciation, is 12 million. So those two things add up to 16 million. But they don't add up to 23 million. So I always get confused, like, how do we have a budget that doesn't account for like all 23 million that we're paying in debt service? Like, where do we get that money from if we don't have it in our budget?
So the budget really presents depreciation and interest, whereas what they actually pay, again, from a budgeting standpoint, they present it as a depreciation and interest. But when we have to do the financial planning, we have to do the financial planning based on what exactly Wilmington pays as debt service to repay the loan, which is provided by finance. So what finance actually pays to repay the state revolving fund loan, what finance actually pays to pay the debt service is the amount that we get from them. So for the actuals every year, so this is a forecast, the 23.2, everything that we show in the financial plan is a forecast. So in 2026, based on the outstanding debt that Wilmington has, and based on the debt service schedule that finance gave us, we are saying that they will be paying 23.2 million in debt service in 2026. That's the actual amount that they are expected to pay for their debt service in 26.
Can I just have one follow-up?
Yes.
So I guess my question is, like, where is the extra, like, I've got 16 million here, but we paid 23 in debt service. Like, where does that money come out of? To me, it's like, this thing is my household budget, right? And I have this car payment, like $350 car payment that I don't account for in my budget. Like, I have to make up, like, I have to pay less on something else in order to pay that. Like, where is it coming out of? And like, why does our budget not have, like, why wouldn't it be in the budget? What's not getting, how can those two things be true at the same time? Like, I'm paying 23 million, but it doesn't show up in my budget, but I somehow have money I have money to cover it?
Okay.
Yeah, so every year, I'm Rob Greco, Budget Director, City of Wilmington. It's the difference between accrual accounting and cash accounting. We have, through the years, talked to the outside auditors, and we must match our budgeting to our accounting. And the accounting is on an accrual basis, and therefore our budget is on an accrual basis. So we budget for depreciation. We budget only the interest as an expense, because principal on the cash basis is not considered, on the accrual basis is not considered an expense. When you need cash, though, you do have to have that amount of money. Now, depreciation on the accrual side, that's not really cash going anywhere. It's just saying, okay, you have an asset, it'll last 10 years, you're losing 1/10 of the value every year. It's kind of a way to say you should put aside money somewhere so that in 10 years you have money to pay for that. But it's not any cash out the door. In a perfect world, your depreciation and your principal payments would match. But the city has assets that have much longer lives than the 20 years that we pay back on bonds for principal. So we end up, our depreciation charge is lower than the actual principal payments. And that's what the discrepancy that you're seeing, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have just a quick clarifying point, and I guess this may be to the administration. Just for clarity, the services provided, water and sewer, residents can't go to anyone else to get that, correct?
Correct. It's because the water fund, our water utility is supported by physical infrastructure. Which is incredibly expensive, building all of those pipes underground and all the mains and transporting all of that water. So to have two redundant systems, which would, essentially be required in order for someone to have choice, would be astronomically expensive and redundant.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Mergler. I asked that question because I think it's important. We all understand the responsibility that we have here as a city to provide these services for our residents, and be good fiscal stewards of their dollars as well too. Each year we get this one slide that always upsets me a little bit about it's almost minimizing the overall impact that $84 a month or $84 it's coming out of people's budget, right? I know y'all put the cell phone on here, y'all put internet and cable. We can choose to go to different people, maybe not for cable, hopefully soon. But for cell phone, I can go to T-Mobile, I could go to Verizon, I could go, Boost Mobile, I don't know, whatever you want to go, right? I can get different rates, I can try to make it better. For this, it's even though it's cheaper than what a phone line may be, residents have no other option, right? And we're seeing time and time again, residents are being priced out. And it may seem very little for some people, but I am telling you, people are living paycheck to paycheck already. Their Marvin bills are going up, their food bills are going up, to get to work, to buy gas is going up right now, right? So I think we really have to be very careful about how we do this. And I don't know if a 9.5% increase, that is way too much for too many residents in the city of Wilmington. It is going to put even more financial burden on residents. So I would hope that we can change something, we can negotiate something and bring that price down. But I know that's going to be a huge burden on many of our residents. Not all of them, but for many of them. That's it, Madam Chair.
So that's one of the reasons why they share what the impact will be. So at least we know what to expect. So it's a recommendation. And if we decide that we don't want to go with that recommendation, then we know next year, the year after, what it will be. So yeah, we can make that decision, but there's pros and cons. So when you look at the projections, again, we know what that looks like, and it's a recommendation. But I appreciate the fact that you laid out exactly what it means if we go with the different percentages. Even how you shared, we went with a lower percentage last year versus what was recommended. So this year and next year, based on what you shared, is going to be slightly higher because we went a little lower. But I fully understand what Councilmember Owens is saying as it relates to prices are going up with everything. So we know the pros and the cons. That's the way that I look at the information. It's information for us to make a decision, and that's why they're here. And so I appreciate that. I really, really do. I also wanted to congratulate you for winning the National Award for Fiscal Savvy and Funding Innovation. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's major. So I just wanted to say that before we went any further. Ms. Bass Knight?
Yes, just want to just mention one thing, which I thought was very helpful. On their slide 18, they talk about the amount of money for discounts to the elderly and disabled customers, and also the $2.1 million for utility payment assistance for low customers. But also, I just on slide 32, we talked about it was talked about the amount for the rate stabilization reserve fund. So based upon the recommendations here, it looks as though for fiscal year 27, the available amount will be $3 million. And you mentioned that the goal is try to keep that around $5 million. Okay.
That is correct. The desire is to keep it at $5 million. And again, the reason for that is like what happened in fiscal 26 and 25, where the consumption turned out to be lower than what was projected. And that can happen for various reasons. If there's extensive rainfall or what other reasons, the consumption sometimes can go down. Wilmington historically has had a very steady state consumption, which we have repeatedly presented in the previous years. But in 24, the consumption went down relative to 23, and then the 25 consumption was even lower than 24. So consumption suddenly started decreasing in Wilmington. And when those things happen, and which means then the revenue goes down. So then you need something to offset, and that's why this rate stabilization reserve becomes a helpful way to offset those kinds of unknown factors. To just make a distinction, the operations and maintenance reserve, which is 17%, that is not really for these kinds of things. That is truly for if there is a weather emergency, if there is a catastrophe, if there is a fire incident, if there is anything major like that happens, then the utility needs to immediately spring back and operate and deliver the services. So that is what that O&M reserve is for. The rate stabilization reserve is really for other things, like if suddenly consumption goes down, or suddenly if there is a cost spike for anything. Like, for example, as the council member Owens mentioned, gas prices are now suddenly increasing. If the gas prices goes up, it also goes up for the utility, because the utility has a fleet, so their gas prices go up as well. So when you have sudden increases like that, then the rate stabilization reserve helps to offset some of those cost increases. So that is why in 2027, if you're wondering, then if you say $5 million is the desired every year, why are you resting with $3 million in 2027? It's because if we want to get to a $5 million in 2027, then we have to have much higher rate increase than the 9.95. So collectively discussing with UCAP and the administration and the departments, the thinking was, especially in this current economic conditions where there are things going up with the geopolitical environment, gas prices going up, electricity costs going up. Electricity prices are going much higher than water sewer. So when you have all these things happening, collectively the thinking was, let's not try to get to a $5 million reserve balance in 27. We can achieve it gradually over the subsequent years. So in 27, everybody was comfortable with just keeping it at $3 million. We are not trying to put any money. We are just actually withdrawing money, that $1 million, to fund the deficit. Okay. And as I mentioned, if we really didn't want to have a deficit, then the rate increase should have been 11.6%. And that would have taken the monthly charge, to even more than $84. And so it was really a balancing act as to how to mitigate the level of increases we need, but also trying to keep the utility in a more resilient manner.
All right, thank you.
And Chair, just...
Councilmember Willard.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, if I can, Chair, just one follow-up.
Sure.
And it was just, it's just more of a comment, or, or it could be like a response, is so that we know, so we know the numbers are projections, right? Mm-hmm. And we know the cost of things in the water sewer fund has gone up. But based upon trends, we do know that the water sewer fund, like, they never come in at 100% of their budget, right? Although we know cost is going up, and I didn't look at the calculation to see what a 1% every 1% increase in a water sewer rate, what does that equate to? Because when we're looking at the expenditures for the water sewer fund, the budget as presented, it is a good budget. But we also know too that we just don't come in at 100%. So it's just like more of a comment, because we're just trying to think of things, realizing the 9.95%. I know you mentioned about the 11%, and also looking at, are we technically deficit spending?
So just to answer that, historically what you said is really true, mm-hmm. that the water sewer came under budget, but not in 2025. In 2025, the water sewer was actually over their budget for the operations and maintenance. And for 2026, where they are right now, based on the conversations we've had with them and where they are right now, they are expecting to meet 100% of the budget, not come under. So in 2027, with the economic conditions that are currently existing, with the geopolitical conditions that are currently existing, it would have not been conservative to assume that the water sewer fund would come under budget. Because if we assume that, and then if they don't come under budget, then it's going to create a greater deficit situation. So for fiscal 27, we are assuming that they will use 100% of their budget, but starting in fiscal 28, we are assuming that they will come under budget. So we are assuming 98% of the budget. So it's a good question, but I wanted to make it very clear. In 27, we are using 100% of the budget, only mainly because of the geopolitical conditions and everything else that's happening around us. But 28 through 32, we are hoping that things can come back to a little more of a normal trend, so which means the water sewer can come under budget, and so we are projecting that at 98%, and that's what is reflected in line 4, where we are showing the operations and maintenance expenditures. You can see the 83.1 is 100% of the budget, but 84.5 and beyond that we are showing is 98% of the budget.
Okay, and, all right. I'm just gonna say, like, we just did Public Works, I mean, their budget hearing, and I don't recall the number of vacancies, but they at least average about 20, 30 some vacancies, like a year, I mean, without me not like looking at the numbers. So that's the reason I'm saying, I know they're not gonna come at like 100%, and I know that we do budget attrition. But it's just more of a comment, but thank you, I understand like what you're saying, because costs, has gone up tremendously this year. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to put it out to the public real quick. I know we have one person. Jean Messick. Jean? I know you've been waiting, so
Hey there.
You can speak now.
Yeah, thanks for having me a third time tonight. I appreciate it. There's a couple things that really concern me about this financial plan, and it's that we already know that we're running into unexpected scenarios. Like consumption is down, delinquency is up. And I mean, I don't know how consumption is projected, but if something like increased rainfall can decrease consumption, then are we taking into account climate change and differences in weather patterns? Are we trying to project a bill that just doesn't naturally exist anymore? Is that being factored in? The other thing I want to say is, we have 5.4% delinquency. That means that 5.4% of bills are not being paid. And you gotta wonder, why aren't people paying them? It's because they can't afford it. They can't afford anything. Something has really gotta give. You think that you're gonna just increase your rates out of this issue, and what you're going to see next year is an increase in delinquency, because people are already paying everything they can. You can't manufacture revenue out of increasing your rates. You need to actually figure out how to make it possible for people to pay their bills so that you can make accurate financial projections based on what people are able to give you, not what you want them to give you. I just wanted to make that comment, and I hope y'all can figure it out. I put a lot of faith in y'all. I think you will. It just has to. We got to have more consideration about this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember Owens, and then Councilmember Willauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the presentation, you had a breakdown of other cities, and I'm glad you had that up there. Based off of last year, you had something very similar up there. So I just wanted to ask. I've been looking into what some of the other cities have done to address some of their issues and shortfalls to try to reduce the impact of a rate increase on their residents. Have we ever explored, and maybe this is an OMB or mayor's office question, have we ever explored any internal funding transfers, borrowing from our tax stabilization fund to our rate stabilization fund? Maybe not just giving the money over, but I know different cities call it different things.
So through years and years ago, there were transfers between the funds, but the policy now, and it's the right policy, is that the water fund needs to stand on its own. So what you would be doing is you would be borrowing from people who are paying wage tax, property tax, and saying we're going to subsidize the water fund for water users. And there's not a nexus there. And any way you look at it, when you add it all up, you still have to pay both sides, water and general fund bills, and the revenue is limited, even if you add it together. So in the short run, if there was some major emergency, maybe we would do a transfer like that, but we shouldn't run the operation that way.
And maybe just to add to that, historically, a decade ago, the water sewer fund, because of not having appropriate revenues, didn't do the financing, and the general fund gave money to the water sewer fund. This was well over a decade ago. And then suddenly, the general fund essentially came back and told the water sewer fund, you now have to repay all the money. And then the water sewer fund went through a few years. Some of those council members who were there then would remember the water sewer fund repaid the general fund with a 1% interest for money that the general fund gave a few years before that. So the reason I'm mentioning that is these are not good practice, because at one point, yes, the general fund gave the water sewer fund, but the general fund came and asked the water sewer fund to repay the money really at a wrong time, because at that time, the water sewer fund was just coming away from double-digit increases. So in 2006, 2007, the water sewer utility had double-digit rate increases. And when the water sewer fund was dealing with all of that, right on the heels of that, the general fund then came and said, give the money back that I gave you a few years ago. And then the water sewer fund had to take on that additional $10 million that the water sewer fund repaid the general fund with a 1% interest. So that is why, as Director Greco said, doing this kind of transfer from a general fund to the water sewer fund to shore up operations is not, because a water sewer fund by city charter has to be self-sufficient. That's one of the fundamental charter written in the Wilmington City Charter, that the water sewer fund has to be self-sufficient. So that is why all this balancing act that we try to do to keep the water sewer fund as much as possible self-sufficient each year.
Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, it kind of goes to this issue of the indirect costs and what's subsidizing what. But I think that we've been building up this very big rate stabilization reserve, and I appreciate Councilman Owen's point that, could we balance some of this out by taking less out of the water sewer fund to pay for general city expenses, and then maybe we wouldn't have as much going into the rate stabilization fund every year, and maybe people's water bills wouldn't have to go up. I do think these things need to be considered, because we, as people's bills go up, the point is people are not able to pay them. And I was able to get the Department of Finance. I went to the UCAB meetings, and you talked about how consumption was down, and I was really interested in that. How could consumption be down in apartment buildings when we have so many new apartment buildings? How could they possibly have less consumption now than they had like a couple years ago? So I wanted to get the consumption information and then the billing information. And it does turn, it looks like, over 5 years, the water rates have gone up quite a bit, right? Like it's 5% one year, 5% another year. But from this chart that I got from the finance department, it looks like the amount paid has stayed just for water bills, like not including sewer and all the other stuff, but it stayed kind of similar. The number that I got total was $38 million in 2021 for water bills, and then it's the same in 2025, basically, $38 million. So I just wonder, but the thing that has gone up, and I think it's interesting that the person who spoke in public comment mentioned this, like what has gone up is delinquencies. Like there was not a lot of delinquencies in 2021, 2022, and now there's like a lot of delinquencies. So it's like we've raised rates, we've said we're going to collect more money, people aren't really paying that much more. We have a lot more delinquencies, but we're not getting that much more like cash in. So I do think that we have to look at this system. I do agree with Councilman Owens, people don't have, there are some people, not everybody, but there are some people that just do not have the money to pay all these things. And we can plan to increase the water bill, but not have a sustainable financing for our water utility. And I agree that we need to make sure that our water utility is well-funded, that we are investing in the system, that, everybody has access to water. So I just think we need to take a harder look at this picture and develop something that's like gonna work. So I also don't think that the 9% is like a good idea this year. And I think we need to take like a deeper dive into how's this gonna work over the long run.
And just to mention on the delinquency, probably a little bit of a deeper analysis on the delinquency is needed to see who's delinquent, because delinquency doesn't necessarily always mean that only fixed income or low income customers are delinquent. It is also possible that there are other customers who could pay or delinquent, and especially commercial customers. So it's important to it's a valid point. It's important to look at where the delinquency is occurring and whether there are some delinquencies that should not be occurring or occurring. Because even if a 0.5% or a 1% delinquency can be reduced, that directly goes to helping with the revenues. So I just want to make the point that we probably may not be good to just assume that the entire 5.5% delinquency is just because of low-income customers not being able to pay. I think probably a better probing is needed to see where's the delinquency coming from, and especially if there's delinquencies from commercial or some large customers, probably those delinquencies shouldn't be happening.
Thank you. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go back to the public. I have Mimi Sibilis again, and then Cheyenne.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to piggyback a little bit on what Councilperson Owen said and some of the public comments. Unlike other service, it isn't optional. People can't shop around or delay it or frankly go without it. And a 9.95% increase will bring, I think they said a typical bill about $8 a month. And for some households, yeah, sure. I mean, that's manageable, but we already know about the existing delinquency, which means that there's already those that are struggling to keep up with current bills. And $8 comes on top of the rising costs for electricity and gas and groceries and healthcare. And that's going to add up really fast. And I also really wanted to address the comparisons that were made between us and places like Philadelphia and Media and Radnor. So Media and Radnor on the main line. Media has roughly a 10% higher average income than the city of Wilmington, and Radnor has 194% higher average income than we do. So to me, that was kind of an insane comparison. I understand that it's like to benchmark, but it doesn't reflect the reality of the Wilmington residents. And it doesn't mean that water is necessarily, automatically more affordable here. And once again, at the same time, there's people in Christina Park that have no potable water at all. So we have a system where some residents are struggling to afford service and others don't have any service. So what's in the plan to ensure that the residents aren't going to be priced out of an essential life-saving service and that everyone has access to it? Access especially should be treated as a core responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheyenne?
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I live in the 7th District, also with the Homes Campaign, and we are having the same conversation that we've been having every single budget year, where we continue to talk about the fact that we know that many families across the city are finding water bills to be unaffordable, and we are still proposing 9.9% increases. And I'm hoping that council will reject this increase this year and make sure that people's utilities are not so high that they just cannot maintain living in their homes. It's also important that we bring back up this idea that commercial properties are not paying their fair share of water bills and that they have a separate process for what happens when they don't pay their water bill versus when a family does not pay their water bill, a residential household does not pay their water bill. Brett Taylor, who was the finance director, told us that there are big companies who could owe hundreds of thousands of dollars that are not getting their water shut off in the same way that residential households are not getting their water shut off. And so when we're sitting here talking about needing to balance budgets and everything, it's important that we're saying that we're going to treat people fairly. Like, there is a bigger economic risk of a family losing access to water than there is for JP Morgan Chase, than there is for BPG, than there is for the Westin Hotel. And so it's essential that you guys do not raise the rates this year, and that you pass legislation that will protect the young children, protect seniors, protect disabled people from water shutoffs. And not doing those two things it's terrible if you guys don't do it. I mean, you guys should ensure that you actually do those things to protect people. Don't raise those rates and protect those vulnerable families from those water shutoffs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I want to, first of all, thank Chris O., Black and Veatch, and the Public Works team for presenting this evening. We're asking that if there's any follow-up information that you please provide it to Ms. Bassnight. I would also like to thank OMB, Mr. Greco, and his team, all of his department heads, all the department heads that showed up on tonight. Of course, our WITN council staff, Nadia Kamotho, and our members of the public. Thank you for those that called in and shared your comments on this evening. Thank you to all the council members as well. And I want to mention that the next budget hearing is going to be scheduled for Monday, May the 4th at 4:30. That will be the Human Resources Department. And we're asking that you continue to tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch the meetings. And you can also watch online, www.witn22.org. And also, budget information is available at www.wilmdbudget.org. And so at this time, I would like to accept the motion to adjourn. So move. Motion carried. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.